Yeah.
I need my butler blinker right here. No, I'll tough it out. I was the one that did this.
I worry about moving that weekend. I don't think I'm gonna have a minute before, so why even think about it?
Good afternoon, everybody.
Hello.
It is 4:31, and we will call the meeting of the Butler Board of Trustees to order today, May 10th. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
I so move.
And I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none.
Trustee Good,
Yes.
Trustee Brungart.
Yes.
Trustee Jolly,
Yes.
Trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
Trustee Winslow.
Yes.
Trustee Shearer,
Yes.
Trustee Smith.
Yes.
Passes 7-0. Move on to recognitions. Dr. Kroll.
Thank you. And I'm going to sit here in front of my microphone and so folks can hear me. The first recognition I want to give tonight is to Nancy Ham. Wait, Nancy. Nancy, each year the Office of Disability Services, a few years ago, they established an award that they call the Disability Advocate Award, and it's presented annually. And so the purpose of this award is to recognize those who embrace the spirit of the Americans with Disabilities Act by displaying behavior that recognizes the rights of individuals with disabilities at Butler. Furthermore, those recognized also promote inclusiveness and equality that helps to break down barriers for individuals with disabilities. Our recipient this year is Nancy Ham, who is our campus counselor. And this narrative that was presented or shared identifies that Nancy's individual care and compassion for the students, faculty, and staff at the college is beyond measure. She has always been available to the Disability Services Office and the rest of campus seemingly 24/7. She's never judgmental, always with an open ear and comforting tone. And so we want to congratulate Nancy for this wonderful award, but day in and day out, she serves our students and our staff in just a really amazing way. We're really lucky that she's part of our Butler family. So congratulations, Nancy. Next on the list, we want to recognize 4 fire science students. Why don't you guys stand up so we can see you, okay? Thank you. These students, and wave when I say your name, D'Angelo Herbert, Antonio Hernandez, Adam Kimball, and Megan Rentz, sorry about that. These 4 students we want to recognize because the evening of the tornado in Andover and when it was storming here in El Dorado, they provided shelter and safety for some area residents that were, I think, probably up near the fire station, correct? And so they opened the doors. I'm not sure, if you let them in or what the deal was, but, these folks are in a profession where they run towards helping people and they run towards danger, not away from it. And so we want to say thank you for your compassion, for your care, for taking good care of your neighbors and just being wonderful Butler representatives. So tell us, because I don't know how this all happened. Did they just come across the street to see if you could help them?
Yeah, so our doors are, they
Oh,
automatically lock.
microphone.
The doors automatically lock, so we made sure to quote patrol the doors and make sure we could let as many people in as we could. We had 3 families came in and 2 kids and 3 dogs.
Is there a basement?
There's not a basement, but we have a classroom that is very much certified to be a tornado shelter. And we made sure to put the weather on the projector. Actually, Adam did that.
Was it families that live around there or was
I
it people
believe so,
traveling
yes.
through and just stopped?
No, I believe they all lived around there. Yep.
Thanks for doing that. And it was just on your own, I think. microphone. Sorry. Thank you for doing that. I mean, what wonderful representatives and what great ambassadors, not only for the fire science program, but for our college and for the community. So thanks so much. You folks remember probably Zach Lindsay is in charge of fire science. So I'm sure this partly is, maybe your leadership but you got to be proud of these folks, right?
Great kids, and try to let them know that service to the community is very important. They displayed that without question or waiver on the night of the 29th. Even got out board games for the kids and played board games with them because the kids were kind of nervous and scared. So got water, bottled water for them, and try to make their stay with us for that short time as comfortable as possible. So very, very proud of them. We have a lot of kids in the fire science program that would have done the same thing. I think it's just a testament to what we do. So,
Yep. Thank you.
very proud of it.
And one was Mary Martha's student.
Yeah.
Yes, my Adam.
Thank you. And he survived. He obviously survived and grew up to be a.
It's amazing, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah. The next recognitions are for our students that received awards through the Kansas Collegiate Media Award Ceremony. Some of these names you'll hear will be familiar to you because we had a number of them here last month for the Kansas Association of Broadcaster Awards. And so there's some duplicates, but this is a huge list. And so I'm hopefully haven't missed anybody, but I want to go through these and tell you all about them because again, just an amazing group of students that are part of the Grizzly magazine and the Lantern newspaper that do outstanding work, and really excited that you've been recognized for it. So some of you are here, a lot of you are not. So if I say your name, raise your hand so we can put a name and a face. And I've got these all clipped together and I'm going to kind of hand them to folks clipped together, and then you guys can distribute them if that's all right, because there's a lot of them. So those of you that are here for the Lantern staff, and Amy Chastain is the advisor for the Lantern. So stand or let us know who you are. The Lantern brought home 22 individual awards and a silver medal overall. So Lantern staff are Allie Davis, Evan, I'm looking at my list here, Evan Dalian, Jen, Anima Valdez, and Kira Dye. I'm sorry? Yes, and yeah, a lot of them have other things that are going on, but so the Lantern newspaper staff overall came away from the Kansas Collegiate Media Awards with a silver medal in overall two-year newspaper division, second place with a newspaper inside page spread design, and a third place for that same thing. So that Lantern staff and the newspaper received those awards. Then individually, Annette Bernston was recipient of a second place in editorial writing, second and third places in investigative and in-depth news writing. Nick Butler received third place in profile writing and an honorable mention in social media reporting series. Hayden Cole received an honorable mention review writing. Evan Dalian received an honorable mention in profile writing. Allie Davis, first place in investigative and in-depth news writing, third in breaking news, and honorable mention in infographics. Naomi Galindo received an honorable mention in editorial writing. Maya Hall, second in profile writing. Adrian Holgan, second in breaking news, honorable mention in sports feature writing, sports action photography, and honorable mention in social media reporting series. Hallie Mays received a second in portrait photography and an honorable mention in feature writing. Braden O'Neill, third place in sports action photography, two honorable mentions in sports action photography, and an honorable mention in social media reporting series. And then the sports the student sports media staff also writes about and photographs sports for both the paper and the magazine, as well as broadcasting the home games. And so that overall student sports media staff received a second place in breaking news and an honorable mention in social media reporting series. And the team of those folks are Tucker Ashburn, Tyler Bond, Brock Brown, Ryan Goebel, Aiden Harper, Micah Miller Wise, Nick Butler, Braden O'Neill, and then Adrian supports them as well. So that group of students really came home with a lot of awards. And again, you know, under Amy's advisor and leadership, we're really proud of the lantern. And tell us just a little bit, because I don't know, do the students submit those awards? Do you choose them for submission? How does that work?
It's a combination. Usually what I have them do is we go back through about a year's time and they look at past entries. So really it's under two different staffs. But they get to look back at past entries from writing to photography, design, and the reps. And I have to choose it because, you know, it's students, you know, it's their work. And then we go through and they help with the submission process.
Cool. Thank you. Congratulations. And then the Grizzly magazine, under the leadership of Mike Swan, who's the advisor for Grizzly magazine. And we've seen Mike here before, I think just last month, right? Master teacher. Yeah. Grizzly magazine received 14 individual awards and a silver medal overall as well. Silver medal for the two-year institution division. And so the individual students receiving awards for their Grizzly magazine work. Ricky Lee received an honorable mention in magazine cover design. Rachel Mallory received an honorable mention in feature writing. Braden O'Neill, a third place. Oh, I think we already talked. I had Braden in both places here, so we already talked about Braden. Michelle Patry received a first place in feature photography, a third place in review writing, honorable mention in sports action photography, honorable mention in cover design. Mariana Gonzalez Rangel received a second place in review writing and an honorable mention in page design. Madeline Rada, is that how you say your last name? Received a first place in headline writing, first in illustration, honorable mention in profile writing, and honorable mention in sports feature writing. Jaden Stanley, first place in sports feature writing, first place in review writing, and honorable mention in headline writing. So again, amazing group of students and tremendous success. Thank you to both Amy and Mike for your leadership and work with these students. And this is year after year, folks, that our students come home with these amazing awards. And our wonderful representatives of the college. And I don't know, if you guys get to put these awards like on your resumes and things like that too. And maybe part of portfolios that you're developing as well. What are you doing after Butler? What are you guys doing after Butler?
So I'm just a freshman and I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to do, but maybe like teaching or continue my journalism degree. I'm not sure yet though.
I'm also a part freshman, I guess. I transferred from Bethel College. I'm working currently as a para at the El Dorado Middle School, coaching opportunities there as well. So I don't know exactly, worked a lot of different fields of work, including Department of Corrections. So we'll just see what kind of happens.
I'm a freshman as well. Might go to WSU after this to continue journalism, or I might just study management at some bigger school like maybe Texas Tech or Clemson University, something like that.
You guys, let's pass the microphone along there.
Sorry. I'll probably go to WSU to continue journalism classes.
I'm not sure yet either. My major is not even in journalism. I'm actually an exercise science major, but I'm just kind of doing this on the side. We'll kind of see where it takes me.
Great. Well, congratulations, you guys. I'm sure if you're, if this is your first year, we'll see you back here with more awards in the future. Thank you very much for being here. I think that covers them all.
Okay, thank you, guys. Any public comment?
No, not that I know of.
Okay, we will move on to the standing reports. Student government.
Oh, real quick, while somebody's getting up, I just saw where Doug Chance was named, was it Coach of the Year, Region 6, or Coach of the Year?
We're not supposed to deviate from the agenda.
Oh, well, I just saw it.
I know, but we've all been yelled at for that.
For what?
Deviating from the agenda, trying to make comments.
All right, so this is gonna be my last report because the semester is finally coming to an end. But since last time, there has been many events slowing down now. Thank the Lord. But we had Spring Fling in Andover. The 19th of April from 11 to 1, we gave out TVs and snacks. It was a really good participation. I was not expecting much because there's a lot of commuters. So like we caught them between their little breaks and walking to class. So we'd be like, hey, sign up, like we'll call you, you can get something and stuff like that. Then we had our SGA meeting the April 20th. And then we had Spring Fling here in El Dorado, here in the Clifford Stone Room. And it was a really good turnout. We had more than like 200 students show up. There was food, there was prizes, everything. Then we move on to White Ribbon Day booth in Andover, and that went from 11:30 to 1:30. Then the next day we had Denim Day and White Ribbon Day. Denim Day was made because in Italy there was a case of sexual assault, and the court ruled it off because the lady was wearing skinny jeans, and it takes two people to take off skinny jeans. So people made this day to wear jeans and just to protest against it. Then we move on to May, and we helped May 1st at the football scrimmage. We gave out vouchers for food trucks. It was a good turnout. I mean, we didn't get rid of all the vouchers, but it was really good business for the food trucks. Then May 6th, we had movie night at the cinema at 7 p.m. And we finished off yesterday with late night breakfast and the final scream at 11. And that is about it. So,
Very nice.
Good job.
thank you. Miss you guys too.
Thank you. Operational staff, Lisa.
Okay. Good afternoon. We had an incredible turnout for our silent gift basket auction that was held during Institutional Development Days last month. Between the auction and monetary donations, we raised more than $1,800. The IS department came out on top with winning the departmental gift basket competition with a winning bid of $275. So all the proceeds from our fundraising efforts go toward the Book Scholarship Fund, the Welcome Back tables in the fall, and posting families in need at Christmas and other charitable giving opportunities. Our next event is something we called Recharge, and it is geared specifically for the members of Ops staff. Recharge is a special day set aside for us to relax, reflect, recharge, and return to work motivated with a positive attitude. So in the past, we've spent the day with our coworkers at the Museum of World Treasures, Walter's Pumpkin Patch, and Rock Creek Lodge. This year, we are headed to the Sedgwick County Zoo on June 17th. We are ecstatic to have the opportunity to gather together after a 2-year hiatus. Also this month, we had 2 new members join our panel of Ops staff officers. Zach Kennedy, Administrative Assistant for the HSBS Division, is the new Vice President, and Jana Porter, Office Coordinator for the High School Partnerships, is our new Treasurer. Olivia Coons, who is our current Secretary, and I are so happy to have them on our team. Our next operational staff meeting is this Thursday, May 12th. That's all.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thanks, Lisa. Wait, Dr. Sarah.
As the semester winds down, on behalf of all the faculty and advisors here at the college, we want to thank all of the board for your service and stewardship during the semester and look forward to seeing you again in the fall. And I, for one, am looking forward to that break. So thank you again and have a great summer.
Thank you.
Break for meetings.
Board Finance Committee, Mary Martha or Linda?
We went over page 20, or excuse me, page 67. If you have any questions, they did an excellent job explaining it to us. So if anyone has any questions.
Hey, thank you. Foundation report, nothing to report. The foundation board meets next Tuesday. Yeah, next week. So we'll have a report in June. Dr. Kroll.
Thanks. I'm going to have a couple of different people help here. We just received notice last week that we received another national award from the League for Innovation. Tom, you want to talk about that just a little bit?
So we are recognized by the League of Innovation for our Adobe Creative Campus initiative, which of course, as you're all familiar with at this point. So this is a wonderful recognition amongst our peers at the national level that do recognize innovation at community colleges. So we're real excited to continue to promote and offer this differentiator and this opportunity for our students and our faculty and our staff.
Thanks, Tom. We haven't done it for, I guess, a couple of years because again of COVID, really haven't gathered a whole lot, but we're going to do an end of semester picnic on both the El Dorado and the Andover campuses. Andover's on Monday and El Dorado's on Tuesday. Great Western is helping with that, and my office sponsoring it, just burgers and hot dogs and chips and stuff like that for employees. So
What's the date on those, Dr. Kroll?
Whatever Monday and Tuesday are.
This coming
Yeah,
Monday?
16th and 17th, I think, maybe.
Okay.
End of week activities, again, we have nurses pinning on Thursday evening. We have, and those of you that are, and I will, before the meeting's over, I want to verify again who's going to be at the different things, just so we have, just so we know. So folks that are in charge of these different events know who's going to be there. So nurses pinning, 7 p.m. it begins in the gym. Mary Martha is going to provide the welcome, and I have that for you. We will line up ahead of that, probably about 6:30 on the south end of the gym. Okay. And then other trustees that are in attendance will have some reserved seating on the bleachers towards the front end of the stage. Honor ceremony on Friday begins at 1:30 p.m. in the gym again. And Dave is doing the welcome for that. So I'll get that to you. We are supposed to meet everybody, any of the trustees that are in attendance will be sitting on the platform. We're supposed to meet by 1:20 on the northwest corner of the gym. On the basketball floor, there's a little hallway, stairs, a little hallway there where we always gather, and we'll line up. They'll put us in order. There's not an elevator in that building. So when you come in, if you need to come in on the ground level, come in on the east side of that building by the Grizzly statue and just walk through the front door and hang a right. It'll take you down a little hallway to the gym floor, and you can just cut across the gym floor. But that'll get you in on the ground floor. And then commencement that evening at the stadium. We're supposed to meet at the stadium at 6:15 in the skybox area. I've sent you the map for the reserved parking. I know of, I think they're heading, I'm trying to think of the times. I think they're heading us down to the field level about 6:40. to the track to be ready, that, so that we're down there and can go in just as soon as pomp and circumstance starts. And so we go in ahead of the faculty, and once we're in and the faculty are in, then the students come in. And so we'll, it's supposed to be warm. So, well, later on in the evening, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, later. That's what the experts around here are telling me. It's later on in the evening. So
Nobody knows 2 days away in Kansas.
I know.
I'll have to
So-
give Frank Wall a call.
I'll double check, and Forrest is doing the welcome for the board, and then helps with the you and Rod Young are helping with the presentation of the Hubbard Award, and then Rod Young, Foundation Board President, right? And Mary Martha are doing the presentation of the Trustees Scholarship. So I also wanted to let you know, we'll have some more recognitions next month, but I wanted to let you know that there were a group of us, Chris Miller that is in Bill's area, that's on the Andover campus, organized a team of folks to go to Andover last Tuesday to help with tornado cleanup. And so there were, I don't know, were there 20 of us? 25, including the football players? Okay, Bryce Veneri brought over some football players too, but their check-in process was really kind of slow. So we kind of stood around most of the morning, but when we got our address in the afternoon, or when we got our address at noon to head over there, it was Jim Howell's house. And so we had a whole, it was just by chance, but we had a whole contingency of Butler people at Jim's house cleaning up, which was, I think, really appreciated by them and kind of nice for us. He and Stephanie were both there. Good. And Shannon was there.
How bad
Lots
was
of
their-
damage.
Lots of.
The house is still standing, some windows blown out and some damage to the house decimated their yard. They had planted 168 trees in the early 90s when they bought that property, and there were 3 basically left. Yeah, most of them were gone. So it was pretty bad, but it was really kind of cool that we ended up being assigned to his spot. So and I thought Shelley and Esau were going to be here, but I guess I don't see them. I wanted to let you know that the faculty, the administrator's evaluation has been sent out to the faculty from Jenna's office from institutional research. There was some concern, Terry raised some concern right away because a part of that evaluation for security purposes and for was that employee ID numbers needed to be inserted, and Terry was concerned that it would create a problem because the administration then would be able to match the survey up with the ID number. We don't have any access to any of that information at all. ESOM sent an email back out to all of the faculty to let them know that it's a very controlled process, that it's a standard that they have in place to make sure that the evaluation is only filled out by the professional employees, which is what it's intended for, that it's not passed along to anyone else. And that it helps ensure that, one person isn't filling out 30 evaluations on, their dean or, one of the administrators. Jenna Gannon is the one that's in charge of all of our surveys. She's the only one that has access to that information. She has, comes in, it's kind of in a lockbox. ESOM doesn't even have access to the information. And so the thought that we would be able to match up ID numbers with the evaluations just wouldn't happen. And so Jenna's the one that makes sure that it all gets submitted and compiles and aggregates it, or aggregates it and compiles it, and then sends out the aggregated results. So it's in process. I don't remember. Results supposed to be back in by the end of the month, I think. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah. So I just wanted to let you know that it's been sent out.
I just have a quick question. Jana Gannon, did she work for the college or did she work for institutional research?
She works for our institutional research.
Oh, okay. So that's part.
ESOM is her supervisor. She was here at one of the meetings when we talked about the business sentiment survey. She provided the results of that. Any other questions? That's what I have.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Educational facilities. Dave, Mayor Murphy?
We met last month right after the meeting, and we'll meet tomorrow morning. I think the bids have come in for the service providers, and Pepsi and Premier Foods were those, and were the winning bids. There is leases are starting to be paid or have been paid, and the Flag Plaza is going to have a sponsor.
Yeah, Don Leaner Construction's going to
Yeah.
sponsor the Flag Plaza.
Yeah, and made a very sizable donation.
We're, yeah, in the process of, continuing our fundraising and for the couple years down the road when we have to do turf and track replacement and those kinds of things. Yeah.
That's great. Thank you. Okay, moving on to strategic discussion items. We have just one, and that is our insurance renewals. Kent, are you there?
Right. Okay. Okay. Well, let's.
Why don't we come back to
Yeah,
it?
we'll come back to it. That's okay.
Well, let's move on then to the first action item, which is the Butler County Nursing Partnership. And Dr. Neville, I think that's yours.
Okay, yeah, so we're here to present this opportunity for us to partner with Cali College and expand our nursing program in partnership with them at their Winfield campus, and just kind of opening it up to the board for any questions as we seek your approval. So our next step in this process would go to get approval with HLC and then with ACEN, so we can move forward with this once if you guys approve that tonight with us. So
I'm going to go through some of the way that you compile the finance
Yeah.
information. Will you do that?
So I know there's some questions. So what we did was we looked at the number of students. This would take us 2 years for this to get completely up to capacity. We would start 8 students in the first year and 8 students in the second year. We would look at starting fall of 2023 with our first cohort of students. We estimate that would be approximately around $103,000 in revenue, minus our expenses, which would be an additional faculty in the nursing program, as well as our lease and some miscellaneous supplies that we would need out there. Year 2, we would see an additional revenue stream because we're now doubling our enrollment at that point. And then we would be pretty much at that capacity where we have been approved to expand by Kansas Board of Nursing to go up to 16 students. And so how we got to that is in the first year cohort, we would be teaching basically the second and third term of the pathway. Callie would be teaching all the prerequisite courses that first semester. And then the students would then have to apply and be accepted into our nursing program, as all of our other students do. And so those students in their second and third term would generate 29 credit hours for the college. We compounded that by looking at the state reimbursement rate and our tuition and fee rate for out of district students, and that's how we came up with our per credit hour per student rate at that point. And then add in that fourth and fifth term, and that's how we get that annual revenue of approximately $192,000.
I just had maybe a couple questions on the very bottom. There's an asterisk that says additional nursing facility position may be required.
What page?
On 6 at the bottom.
Page 6, yeah.
So you've got maybe a profitability of 58,000. That's if you don't have to get another nurse.
Yeah, because what we're looking at, I mean, I don't think we're going to actually need, and I don't know if Janet's on yet with us. Okay, Janet's on with us, and also Michelle from Cali College, the other BPA as well. So she's joining us, so she can also answer if you have any questions for them related to that. But I think it's Janet. I don't know if you could kind of talk to us a little bit more detail about the staffing needs and the potential needs of adding additional faculty, depending on how our pedagogy works out there.
Yes, I think we wanted to prepare for
we want to be very good stewards of the financial dollars, and the original proposal was in essence 3 full-time people, 2 nursing faculty and 1 administrative assistant. However, I am considering the ratios of faculty to students that we have on the main campus. That's one of our leading points of consideration, is how to maintain that same faculty to student ratio as what we have on the main campus. The main campus, that faculty to student ratio is really in the between 1 faculty for every 17 to 22 students. And so because of that, a full-time faculty member allows us a lot more flexibility, and we can schedule them when we need them. A lot of times our adjunct faculty, they are nurses and they are working other full-time jobs, which severely restricts their flexibility to meet our needs. And typically what we see from those types of faculty members or adjunct faculty is that they can give us 1 day a week. So we're going to start with the 1. We definitely need a full-time coordinator just to facilitate everything that will need to be done on that campus. But what we will need in the 2nd year, I would just ask for some grace to let us figure out what really the best option is in the 2nd year. So does that answer your question, or?
My only concern is if we add another faculty, we'll just be barely breaking even. And I had a follow-up question. Our next topic for action is improving $82,000 worth of equipment, which will put us, in the hole.
Yeah, so the funding source for that equipment, it would be our MOE funds, which is some state funding that we were granted to maybe use for starting up types of equipment needs. We do have access to some innovation funding in academics we could pull from, but this was a good source for us as we hadn't allocated all that funds at the point when we asked around to see who was in need of funding at that time.
I'm not real comfortable expanding out into more counties right now, honestly, but that's just my 2 cents.
Where's the projection of 8 students this year and then 16 coming from? And will those students, I don't know how many students we have at our main campus now. Do we have people from Cali coming up here now to do our nursing program? Is it going to impact that at all?
Janet will know that answer.
Yes, we do currently serve Cali students. We have several from the Cali-Sumner area every semester. I don't have a count right now for what that would be like. I didn't know if Michelle was able to join or not, but she did. I asked the same question, so I think it's a very valid question. She gave us numbers of somewhere in the neighborhood of 80 to 100, or she gave, actually it was like 90 students that are currently enrolled at Cali with a pre-nursing health science major. So, based alone on the number of Cali students we have, I do think that there is a need. We currently admit 56 students every semester, and we choose from a pool of anywhere from 150 to 200 applicants for those 56 spots. So one way, to look at this is, the Cali students could stay in Cali County, which, might better serve their families and the students' needs, which then also opens up and allows us to accept more in county students as a possible. The caveat to all of this is that we have a really stringent admission criteria, and regardless of where they choose to attend, they have to meet the admission criteria.
I assume the nursing demand is going to be high enough. I read either WSU or WSU Tech. I don't remember, they're opening nursing this fall.
It's an RN program.
So
Yeah,
I assume there's such a demand. It's not going to affect.
They've been approved for 20 seats. Yes.
There's significant demand across the state and actually across the nation. So that, I think that's why there wasn't a lot of concern about approving WSU Tech's nursing program, because there's just so much demand to fill open spots.
There is. I was just recently at the KSBN board meeting that approved spots. And the satellite program at Cali, which is what we're proposing, is being duplicated, replicated by numerous colleges across the state of Kansas because of the need.
And Michelle, I don't know if you want to join in and just kind of give us a little bit of the history of how we even got to this conversation today with the board. That would be, I think, something that might be helpful to us as well.
Yeah, I can. First of all, thank you very much for letting me join in on your meeting. I do appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of Cali College and our potential partnership. So, we firmly believe in the mission of the community college to serve our communities and also the state. And we definitely do have a need in our area for nursing staff. We are starting to see a shortage. We had a long-term partnership with another college at our Allied Health Center that we no longer have. And so now we've gone several years without having that ability to have nurses trained within our community. So we actually reached out to Butler. We've had a past history with Butler. We actually were at the Butler Andover campus for almost 10 years doing our paramedic program. So at that time, Butler had a need and reached out to us, and we came up and taught at their facility, at your facility. And so again, we have that need, and we reached out to Butler and said, hey, would you be interested in coming down and helping us out? One of the first things that we are asked at the state level when we propose a new program is, did you pursue collaboration with other colleges? And that's what we did, is try to pursue a collaboration with Butler. Butler has a quality program. We have a lot of students now that are interested in attending Butler, some that go there. We do have quite a few that go to other areas, Newman University, Wichita State, but we have some that simply either don't have transportation or have childcare issues. And so them traveling out of the county is a hardship for them. And we really want to provide this service for them. And we do have a location that is suitable for the nursing program. So I am able to answer any questions that you might have.
My only concern is what Janice said earlier. This is a kind of a convenience to help you guys keep your county kids in Cali. But it sounds an awful lot like we're just barely going to break even, and it helps you guys keep your students in your county, but I don't see the benefit to Butler County residents. There's plenty of demand in nursing on our point. And like I always say, that 2/3 of this budget's taxpayer money, and 1/3 of it's from the local Butler County taxpayers, and it's just going towards Cali County to help you guys not have to travel to Butler County. It's kind of like we do at McConnell. It's a convenience to keep everybody from having to drive to Andover, El Dorado.
I think it's also impactful, and you guys wouldn't maybe realize this by looking at the budget, but the state reimbursement, for these students, because they're paying the out-of-county rate, but the state reimbursement for these out-of-county students is twice what we get for in-county students. So the state helps support those out-of-county students with additional funding. So
is that not included in the?
It's included. It's the column. It's the column. The $346. The anticipated state reimbursement. That column on page 7.
They've got us a year or two of making 59 grand if we don't have to add another teacher, and that doesn't include us spending money that we have in another fund. That's still $83,000, $81,000 to possibly just break even and spend $81,000 out of another account.
Well, I would say, the nursing program as a whole is not breaking even. So, if you look at the nursing program as a
expanding
whole,
into Cali just to be in Cali, just to help out Cali.
well, it's to help the students that are in that county. Yes.
Right. And can I address that as well, in that, these small rural hospitals, I think back to our vision and mission as community colleges is to serve the communities. And, I know I think that the Board of Trustees is a valued partnership, and the partnering that we can accomplish leads to much greater value for everybody and our society. And so these are critical access hospitals that are providing care, and providing care to people in that neighborhood. So yes, it is all about the students, but in a nursing program, just as in any healthcare facility, any healthcare profession, we are there to improve our communities which we serve by providing the people who are caring for those who are very vulnerable. So, and yeah, the price tag is high. That I think we can all agree on. But it's the mission. Is this the mission of Butler? And can we spread that mission beyond just Butler boundaries is what I think is important as well.
My position is I think we've spread our boundaries too far over the last few years, and now we're at 75% overhead of just teachers and administrators, and we're going to pay for nursing program in Cali County, but the nurses aren't probably going to end up in Andover or El Dorado. So it's just local taxpayer monies to help you guys out for a good cause. I agree. But you guys paid me $8,000 for this equipment. We just saw this a few days ago, so I know I'm asking a lot of questions. So
can we?
No, that's fine. I think I know for a fact that there are several students that I just know personally from Cowley and Sumner, and they are not, maybe they will eventually go back to Cowley and Sumner, but it's just like the students that come to Butler. They don't all stay in the county, and rightly so, because the county, although they have needs, they don't have enough, for students to stay right there. So I do think that you see students, for example, at KMC, Kansas Medical Center in Andover. They also pull from people who live in the Sumner because it's an easy commute. Although I haven't looked at the numbers for that if that's a point of contention, we can certainly look at the numbers. But I think that the beauty of nurses is that they can go anywhere. And so to say that they're not going to stay in Butler, I think that's a bit of a misnomer.
So the $82,000 that's being spent in equipment, what exactly is that equipment? Where will that be housed? And has there been any discussion with some sharing of that cost with Cowley? Why is that falling strictly on Butler?
Jen, I don't know if you heard any of that, but I also, this is mainly simulation equipment that we need to have so we can teach the quality of the programs that we do teach out there. And I think we are also sharing some simulation equipment that's already at that location. So this is, and that equipment you guys are providing is a pretty hefty high price tag as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Cali is providing some equipment as well as the space. And, so we are, sharing in some of that cost, but we're also not gaining any tiered funding from your nursing students. So we're not collecting any tuition rates from those students.
How many hospitals are in Sumner and Cowley County?
Cowley County has 2 hospitals. We have one in Winfield, William Newton Hospital, and then the one in Ark City. And then Sumner currently, I think they just have a clinic at Wellington.
Yeah, I don't think they have a hospital.
Mm-mm.
No, they do not. Their hospital closed because they didn't have funding.
Right.
Janet, can we circle back around to Shelby's original question about it seems to me this unknown of the second faculty member makes a huge difference to the economics of this. We go from making $60,000 a year to being in the hole on a program that I recognize the overall good for the cause, but it doesn't derive a lot of direct benefit for Butler County. I think that $70,000 difference is a huge issue that we need to flesh out ahead of time.
Okay.
That's just my personal view. I don't know if you can, Shelby didn't feel like he got an answer to that question when we asked before. And if it's just kind of, we'll see what happens in a year, that doesn't give us a lot to make a decision on today.
Well, I think, go ahead, Janet.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I think that if there were a need for a full-time position, the need for the full-time position would have to be justifiable, just like any other full-time faculty. And that is my concern, in that I do not think that we could have a justifiable full-time position at Cowley in the second year. So it looks like it would be more of a shared position. Again, there probably are options for, in if you don't have a full-time, then it could mean that we could do it with one adjunct. More than likely, it would mean that we would have to have multiple adjuncts in order to have the flexibility. And again, the bottom line, whether it's an adjunct faculty or a full-time faculty, is that we have to have the work that supports the hours. And so if you don't have the work nor the hours to support the position, then we would have to cover that within the resources that we have at the college with the full-time faculty. And right now, the full-time faculty on El Dorado's campus are at their max. So that's kind of the other. I don't know if that answers your question.
I think maybe there was a misunderstanding. I'm not suggesting that we would add a faculty member that we don't need. My concern is what is going to cause us to need one, because that changes the economics of this tremendously if we do.
I think, Janet, what I understand from some of the conversations is that some of this is dependent upon course delivery as well, right? And how those courses are delivered, how much of the coursework are they able to deliver remotely, or through shared simulation kinds of things. And so I think those are things that still are being worked out, and will receive some guidance from accrediting bodies about that. Correct? Am I correct in how I'm saying that?
Yes. The accrediting bodies set standards. And so regardless of the campus and the satellite, we have to maintain and meet those standards. The delivery of the content is it's supposed to be faculty driven, and faculty need to decide on how that delivery looks like based on achieving the best outcomes.
Do you have local Cali kids
so
that
that's still
be hands-on?
Are we expecting that those requirements are going to change? I mean, if the rules are the same next year as they are today, would we need another faculty member to teach the courses the way we want to teach them? I guess I'm sorry if I'm not communicating well. I'm trying to understand where the uncertainty is with this.
Okay, if here's as an example, we currently, our full-time faculty do clinicals on Monday, Tuesday, and or Wednesday. And then they have class in a semester on Thursday and or Friday or something. And so that's one faculty member. But when you start in a different semester, if that other semester is doing class on Tuesday and Thursday or Wednesday, and then a clinical on Thursday or Friday, really what it comes down to is that you cannot clone one faculty person to be in two different places at the same time. So that's part of the dilemma. In a nutshell, is can we create and structure an organization where one faculty, and that's the other thing, when I considered the load that one faculty member would have to teach across all both of the semesters, they would be in quite a bit of overload. Each nursing class is 7 credits. And that doesn't include additional time spent in the lab or the additional hours for clinical. So they're going to be in tremendous amount of overload for one person. So is it feasible for one person to do it across the program? No, it's not. Are there alternatives? Probably. But we have to have more than one person who is going to provide support at Cowley.
That sounds like you're saying we're going to need one as opposed to this saying we may need one.
Again, part of the option is to use adjunct faculty instead of a full-time faculty. But again, the trade-off is that we might need, if we use adjunct faculty, we might need 2 adjunct faculty instead of 1 adjunct, or instead of 1 full-time. So that I'm new to this, so I'm going to go more economical than 1 full-time person. But I'm just saying that that's what we're still trying to figure out.
Janet, if we extrapolate, if we extrapolate this from just the 2 years out to 3, 4, 5, then when do we start seeing where it might, if you would say, break even with 2 faculty members? Would it be in year 3? Would it be in year 4?
Well, I think that would also depend on if tuition goes up or state reimbursements go up.
Can they do more than 16 students? Or is this just?
Well, we're only approved at this point for 16, but yeah, there's a possibility. I think, Janet, you might be able to comment on that we could actually have an opportunity to increase the capacity as well.
Right. I think that is the desire. And as long as the Board of Nursing continues to approve that, I know Michelle and Chris, right? Chris would like to see that program expanded to do, different types of programs such as paramedic to RN completion. And then, yes, if we increase the number of students, we would not have to increase, depending on how many, we would not necessarily have to increase the number of faculty. I think it just depends on the clinical areas. It's a complicated program for the clinical areas for each groups, for a clinical group of 8 students.
Yeah, I just think we thought it was going to be beneficial for us to be as transparent as possible about, there is risk involved and there potentially could be risk. There potentially could not. This would be, the highest risk scenario that we would be.
But this is potentially teaching 16 more people in 3-year period.
Correct.
To become an RN.
Correct.
I will tell you, I have a cousin who lives in Edmond, Oklahoma, and is picked up in a private jet and flown to Anchorage, Alaska for his job. And he is a doctor. And he flies home in 20 days.
That's what they do in Alaska. They have to have you, so they fly you everywhere.
Ask the taxpayers of Butler County to pay for all nursing students in the state of Kansas because it's a good idea. I mean, we only have so much money.
And most of our students are from out of the county in our nursing program.
80% of them are, yes, precisely.
Has there been any, is there an opportunity to approach Cowley County to help fund this?
Are you talking about for taxpayers? You're talking about tax dollars?
Well, the resistance I'm sensing here is that there's a concern, and I'll just speak for myself, apart from the social good this provides, I don't think it's our place to start a program that's economically negative for what is openly going to predominantly benefit a different county, as good as the cause is. So if the county that's going to derive the predominant benefit from this, somewhere in that county, there ought to be a willingness to come forward and offset the financial impact that's concerning.
Yeah, and I do know that Janet and Chris, they actually came down and met with some of the medical partners at the hospital talking about clinical sites, and they were very much supportive of it. So unless it came from private donors in that realm, the college as a whole isn't collecting any tuition rate off these students that are in your program. We're just providing a location. And again, we reached out to Butler because we've had a past history of partnerships and thought it would be a great way to expand numbers in your program and to help you as well.
I just want to make a comment here. I'm all for the nursing program. I think it's great. I think it's very beneficial. There's a lot of reasons why they're having shortages. It's everything from they don't want to take the vaccine to there's just not enough nurses, period. So I agree that we do need to provide schooling as much as we can. But to Shelby's point, I believe that what I like to see is the fact that we go into a different part of the state, this is what we're doing, and say, okay, because you're coming in here, Butler County, we are going to support you with an automatic $100,000 grant for equipment. So I know that we're going to do this, and yes, we're going to do that. But since you're coming in here and saving us, and we know that we're going to be able to work with you jointly on this nursing program, I would just like to see, I think I'm with Shelby on that. I would like to see evidence that there was an equal contribution, and frankly, I don't see that. I'm not saying it's not here, but I don't see that. So, and you guys really aren't numbers people. You're academics. I get that. So it's harder, I think, for you to understand what we look at when it comes to accounting. But yeah, everything from how much is it going to cost a month and how much of those costs are we going to share with the facility itself that's going to house the students, to the practicums, require somebody to be there. They can be done online as far as I know. Is that not correct? So I know that they can only go so far on simulators and all this other that till they have to have somebody live, right? So I'm just wondering how that's all going to work out. And I don't know that I see a cost plan, and I see the approval and everything that we got from KBOR. But what I'm really looking for is how are you going to manage the cost, because we're the ones that are sticking our necks out.
I think they understand the cost. I think it comes back to what Forrest was saying in terms of, as far as being a good person and a good steward, you want to help.
Right.
But, we have limits in as far as what we can do. And honestly, Cali County, I go into Cali County a lot in my appraisal business. It's not that far. We have a really good program that they can participate in up here. I understand it's not ideal for everyone, but, unfortunately, it's just, I think down the road, 2, 3, 4 years down the road, I don't see this making money. I see it costing a considerable amount potentially. So it would be nice if the $82,000 was coming from Cali, or at least shared in some way. I don't know.
Well, would it be beneficial for us to take a little bit of time to go back down and talk with you folks, Michelle, and talk with some of the healthcare providers and just follow up on some of this conversation and see, would that be helpful, do you think, on your end?
It would be. When we had other partners in that facility, we have done some shared equipment. It works in some ways, but then if the partnership dissolves, you have to decide who owns that equipment. We had to do some of that with our last partnership. So, but it's not to say that it can't be done. We just have to do more discussion about how it can happen.
Is there any alternative? Maybe some of more of the classes could be up in this neck of the woods.
I think that would defeat the purpose.
Well, I mean, we don't have the space, and that's the whole, yeah. I mean, the only way we can expand our nursing program is to find a partnership currently.
I just really have no desire to go to another county right now for a more bigger footprint that's hard to pay for. I don't think refiguring the numbers slightly so it barely breaks even later is going to change my mind, but
I guess we get the sense we just remove this for now and let
We can-
administration.
We can
do some
get
more.
back together and have some further discussion. This is intended to be initiated a year from this fall, so I think we have a little bit of time. I don't know what the timeline is for trying to get things submitted to ASIN for approval. I know that approval process is lengthier.
7 months.
7 months?
Mhm.
Okay. But we can sure have some continued conversation. I would remind the board that back when we did, the training with Brad Ebersol, one of the things that came out of that was a desire to expand the nursing program. That was your desire to expand the nursing program through part of those conversations. And I realize this is not in Butler County, but we can sure have some continued conversations about some additional funding support for the program and bring that information back to you. And maybe we'll be also a little bit better able to talk through the staffing and maybe nail that down a little bit further.
I think that'd be helpful.
So just to be clear, you're mainly the pushback is,
Somebody needs to move to table it.
and mainly the
Well, there hasn't been a
pushback
motion
is
yet.
a startup cost not absorbed by the college.
That's what they're looking.
Okay.
Yeah,
If
perfect.
there's such a
Yes.
demand for nurses, can't there statutorily be something to allow?
Well,
us
then we would have
facilities
to,
expand?
well, we still have to find the space to do it. We don't have the space. And we'd still have to buy that equipment. We would have to either build the space or lease that space somewhere else. This is a pretty low cost way for us to expand nursing.
And when you come back, bring me an explanation of what all Pocket Nurse does.
We can give that to you right now.
I'm
Janet can.
unfamiliar with that.
You are familiar with it?
Not familiar.
A Pocket Nurse is a supply. Specifically, they design supplies specifically for nursing programs. So as an example, we need to teach students how to mix medications without actually having medication. They design products that we can simulate those kinds of things. And so they do everything from big things to little things.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I think is.
Brand name, I guess that was.
Do you need a motion to table?
No, I don't think we need a motion because we never had a motion to approve in the first place. So I
Okay.
think we just move on to the next
Is
item.
everybody fine with going through this again in 3 months or?
Well, we'll bring information back to you in a month.
I mean, if they think they can change it up, I'm willing to hear another proposal. I kind of would be surprised if there's a scenario that I'd be okay with either, but I'm fine with trying again,
We'll
I
try to bring some
sympathize.
information back in a month.
Yeah,
think
I
that's a-
sympathize enough with them to do that. Let's try.
Let's move, we'll move back to our discussion item for,
Thanks, Michelle.
I see Ryan's here
Janet.
for, yes,
Yeah.
thank you all.
We'll
Thank
be in
you.
touch.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
The discussion topic for our insurance renewals. Let's see, we've got Ryan here. So
Yeah, Ryan, if you'd like to come up to the podium here, and I think Bill's got a microphone for you there. And while Ryan's getting ready, I'd like to just give you a little, some information that's come to our attention this month. Of course, Ryan has been working with our staff, particularly Meredith, my administrative assistant, and Stacy Donnelly at his office for several months, working on the applications for our renewal process. And we will need you to approve our insurance renewal next month at the June meeting for our July 1 date. And Ryan will give you an update on where he's at in trying to secure good coverage for us. We've also become aware of another avenue that actually Ryan doesn't, and ICI does not have the ability to access, and that's a consortium or a pool, and I may not use the exact right terminology, but Kansas Association of School Boards has an insurance pool for, it used to be just for school districts, and within about the last year, they've opened it up to community colleges. There are I think about 4 community colleges right now who are in the program. And with some of the difficulties in the market in obtaining not only a reasonable premium rates, but also reasonable deductible rates, we feel that it's worthwhile to at least take a look at this process. So I believe next month we will probably show you premiums and a program through this Kermit. It's called Kermit. I get it mixed up with Kermit the Frog, but it's Kermit with a P. This program that is a pool for schools, was just for school districts, but now community colleges can be in there. And we still have a lot of homework to do with it. The reason that ICI can't offer it is because this program and KASB has made this decision that they've only got 2 brokers or agents within the state that they're farming this out to, and you can only go through these 2 agents. So we're having to deal with that. Our board many years ago made a decision that we wanted to use ICI because they're local, because they have the capacity and have been very excellent partners with the college for many years, and we value that. So I just want you to know this is not something we take lightly, but we did feel that it was really our obligation to take a look at it. So I wanted to give you that little introduction. And Ryan, you can feel free to comment on that as well as what you're doing for us.
Happy to do so.
Is it on?
Everybody-
If it's on,
Everybody hear me?
green light.
It's a green light. I think we're good. Well, as Kent mentioned, he'd asked just for me to give a little bit of an update on the markets in general and what we're seeing. We just started getting our proposals Friday and then again on Monday. So I don't have a lot of numbers to share today, but I did want to just touch on a few of the things that may cause us challenges this year. In Kansas for large property risks, and this would definitely be considered a property heavy account. I mean, we've got $150 million in insured values between the 2 campuses. So over the last few years, we've seen a push within the industry with all carriers to ask for a percentage wind hail deductible. Again, when you're looking at 1% or 2% of $150 million in values, that's a big number. So just as a refresher, a couple years ago, we moved the coverage to Chubb Insurance Companies, which is a very well respected A-rated carrier in the property market. And they were the only carrier at the time that we could get a flat wind and hail deductible from. We got notice a month or so ago that they are going to have to go to a percentage wind hail deductible this year, which obviously was not the most welcome news. So we did reapproach all the same markets we talked to 2 years ago. At the time we made the switch to Chubb, just to see if we can find a flat deductible. To date, we have not found one. You know, what the conversation I've had with Kent is allegedly the pool concept that the KASB is endorsing is still offering a flat wind hail deductible. So that's kind of, if they truly are, then I think you need to explore it, because nobody else is. Had another point I was going to make on the deductibles and it just flew right out of my head. It may come back to me. The other thing in the property market that we're seeing, inflation has become a big buzzword in the property carriers' minds, and it's really, they're nervous about what they have buildings insured for today, because inflation has not caught up with basically the cost of building over the last year or two. I'm sure you've all seen things about the cost of materials, the labor shortage, the supply chain issues. We're sitting in on several webinars, informational sessions, and some are suggesting that the average cost to build something today is 30 to 40% higher than it was, a year or two ago. And so a lot of carriers are adjusting your property values to help make up for that. We've seen anywhere from 8% to 15%. Chubb's position is they wanted a 12% increase to the values of the buildings. So while the rate we're going to get is less, we have to keep two things in mind this year. The exposure is also going to drive premiums. So it's great for a company to come in and say, well, we're only giving you a 5% rate increase, but if they increase building values by 10%, then it's really a 15% premium increase. And, while it's nice to know you've got more coverage on your buildings, I really think that the bottom line is you guys want to know what's it going to cost us. So we are seeing a big push aside from percentage deductibles to increasing your building values. I just remembered what I was going to say on the percentage deductible. We have continued to look even since last year for large property carriers that would offer a flat deductible. There's another. It's another pool based out of Missouri that last year they're on the Hutchinson Community College. Last year they offered a flat deductible. We contacted them and they said, hey, our reinsurance carrier is making us go to a percentage. We're not taking on any new community colleges this year. So we are doing our due diligence. I would love to come back in here one day and say that property rates, we've got a flat deductible and the bleeding has stopped on property rates, but it still continues to be a firm market in Kansas, especially when you're looking at a property schedule as large as Butler Community Colleges in a relatively confined. I mean, this campus is pretty dense. We've got a little bit of spread of risk with Andover, but the vast majority of it is in a pretty small area here. The other challenge we have this year is on the work comp. The challenge course being reopened. The accident fund has never rated for the challenge course. And candidly, I think it's because as we addressed that exposure in the past, we were only worried about the liability associated with the challenge course. So we had a separate policy to cover other people going through there if they were to get hurt. It never occurred to us until we started getting information on how it was going to be operated again, that there were several employees that also went through the course. And so we ran that by accident fund, who's been our work comp carrier and partner for 20 plus years. And they said, we never knew about this height exposure. And it actually will kick us out of offering coverage if we go through with it. We have asked for an appeal based on the small exposure that we believe it is. But as of now, Accident Fund has said that they will not offer a renewal if the challenge course begins operation again. So we have also reached out to several other work comp markets. We've received a few declinations. We're still waiting to hear on others, but the challenge is for an operation for a higher education institution, there's typically not a height exposure involved with that. And so while there are companies out there that would strictly do the challenge course, the issue we're running into is they're still employees of Butler Community College. And from NCCI's standpoint, the National Council on Compensation Insurance, if it's common ownership, it's the same risk. Has to be on one policy, in other words. The other thing is, if you're doing two jobs, you typically have to be in the higher rated class code. So if we've got employees that are, professors 95% of the time, but they go out on this challenge course, technically by the book, all of their payroll, their 100% of their annual payroll needs to go in that challenge course. So I don't want to say we got away with it for many years because it was unintentional. Accident Fund just wasn't aware of the exposure. But now that they're aware of it, that is causing us some issues getting a renewal offer. The only other, I don't know if it's a challenge yet, but cyber, we are still waiting on. Cyber liability continues to be a hot button for a lot of our clients. We're seeing those types of claims, cyber extortion claims. We're seeing, at least on a monthly basis. For whatever reason, higher education institutions have been one of the classes of business that has not performed very well in the industry. So we're being told that price could go up anywhere from 20 to 40%. Again, we don't have that renewal yet, but that is one that we could probably expect a little bit of an increase. Just so you know, the expiring premium was $21,500. So it's not a huge portion of Butler's program, but it is one that we're not going to be surprised if we see a larger than normal increase on. One other thing on the work comp, the experience mod did increase 12 points. That's a score over a 3-year rolling average, or it's not quite that simple, but it's a calculation using 3 years of your claims to get you a score. Anything below 1 gets you a credit. Anything above 1 is a debit. And we've had a really good mod here. It's going from a 0.73 to a 0.85, but nonetheless, that is a multiple or a multiplier that's used on the final calculation. So anytime there's a 12-point increase on the mod, I mean, it's just math at that point. There will be a little bit of an increase. Base rates in Kansas did go down. They didn't go down the 12 points. So we do have a renewal from Accident Fund that does not include the ropes course. And again, they have said at this point that offer is not good if the challenge course is operating, and it went up roughly $11,000, which is 9.5% with the 12-point mod increase. So
Does anybody else know what the challenge course is?
Yes.
What is it?
A bunch of ropes and lumber, you go through it.
Literally, it's a challenge. It's an athletic challenge course. Okay.
It's used for team building.
Yeah, team building and leadership stuff. It hasn't been open for 2 years now, I think, because of COVID.
Because of COVID, yeah.
do you remember how long it operated for? Because that was one of the arguments I was going to make is, hey, you were already insuring this for
Maryland probably knows. I don't even know.
15 years.
10. Oh, way longer than that. I mean, it had been here a long time when I got here.
Probably Leanne started.
Leanne Ellison. Just been here a long time.
It is such a small exposure in the grand scheme of things. It's disheartening that it's causing us these issues, but we're still working on it. We're still trying to get approval. And as a matter of fact, the Accident Fund said, well, we'll need to come out and take a look at this thing. And so when I leave here, I'm actually going to go take pictures of it to see if that will help them ease their minds with the height exposure, so to speak. So
there's really been in use for 2 years. There needs to be good care. It gets when it was in use, it was inspected every single year. The facilitators had to go through training and updated training every single year. And so, yeah, I mean, we'd have to go through with the fine tooth comb.
Be recertified.
Yeah.
Recertified, restart program.
If it hasn't been,
Yes, yeah. Yeah, there are people that are wanting to schedule. That's part of the question. But there's really only one. I mean, there's a couple of high elements, but one of them that's higher than the other.
it's over 20 feet, if I remember right. And I think that was.
As you're trying to work this out, is it possible so that if it's that important to the college, we don't lose that? Is it possible to work with them and say, okay, we'll eliminate 8 out of 1,400 obstacles? Or
that is an option that's on the table, is maybe if we could reduce the height exposure that's associated with it. One of the things that Accident Fund recommended was put it under another entity. I think that's a challenge because one, there's only one paying entity, right? All the employees here get a check from Butler Community College. So even if we were to create a new entity and only go get a policy from, or that would cover the ropes course, the challenge course, it's still 100%, that entity would likely still be 100% owned by Butler Community College. By the book, those should be combinable. So
circle around to the same problem.
Correct.
So who are the
But
parties that are
eliminating the
acting-
height
asking
exposure,
to use
Julie,
it?
is an option.
Well, there, like lots of times there's student groups and businesses and things like that. I'm not sure exactly who Michelle has had contact from this year.
Yeah, is there any way to transfer that liability to the people that are using it? I mean, would that help in the insurance? Like if we had an agreement with whoever uses it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's, the liability is not an issue. It's the employees that are, it's Butler's employees that are going through it. If they fall and get hurt, that's not an operation that's normal to a higher education institution. And so it's the work comp. It's for the employees that potentially could get hurt is where we're running the snag. We had a separate liability policy to protect the college from anybody who got injured out there. That's what it covered was, third party bodily injury, basically. So that the liability again has never been an issue. And honestly, the work comp was never an issue because the accident fund never realized they were covering employees. Candidly, I'm not sure I realized there were employees going through the challenge course. I thought it was all guests. And, as I think about it, our company came through that before I joined it. So that would have been,
The Butler
that would have been
employees that are
15
out
plus
there
years ago.
Facilitating or helping them and telling them, how to do things and, there for safety and they're, hanging on to the safety harnesses, the safety ropes and all of those kinds of things. And so
I wonder why we
they're just part-time.
built such a thing.
Well, ask him. Leanne Ellison. It's been a long time ago.
Yeah, and Dr. Ellis has been gone for a while.
She started a leadership program, got a grant to help start that. And this was one of the leadership activities that.
It's a team building thing.
There were a number of ropes courses. There was one up in Newton that had closed. And there was one in Newton that had recently closed, but there was still a demand for that kind of team building exercise. And so that's why it was started here. It was well received, highly used. We had a number of people that were used as coordinators. Butler 2000, which is our summer camp that's been here, has used it every summer that they've been here. In fact, they've asked if it's available, and I said it's not for this summer. So it's still a sought after leadership and team building exercise facility.
We're hopefully going to know in the next 30 days if we've got an option, and I'm sure we'll find an option. It's just whether or not the cost for that work comp policy is going to be worth it.
Yeah, maybe the YMCA will share it with us.
Envision, who is the organization out of Wichita for visually impaired folks, their middle school group prior to COVID had met on our campus for their summer program. And those students that are visually impaired would go out on the ropes course and do the low elements. So it's used by a variety of people.
And we've been doing our diligence as well. We're aware of some of the other challenge courses in the state, and I'm not going to use any names because I don't want to tattle on anybody, but we actually called another one and asked them who their work comp carrier was. They told us. We called our underwriter because we work with the same company, and the underwriter said, we didn't know they had height exposure there. We didn't know.
Everybody else. In
Yeah.
trouble.
So, as Stacy and I, we both worked on this, worked with Kent for probably at least 12 years now. When that came up, Stacy and I looked at each other like, how did we not know employees were going through that? But it flew under the radar for 10, 15 years. So again, we've still got time. I'll be back in 30 days to talk. I mean, now is just about the time. I feel like our industry is a little behind this year. They're just now starting to work on July 1. I mean, as I mentioned, we just started getting some of our renewals within the last 2 to 3 business days. So
even though the employees, like when the employees are out there facilitating, they are not up on the elements. So I don't know.
Paul
Kyle used to get up.
I think it might help our cause, but that was
We
not,
need to-
not in the narrative.
We
we got.
probably need to find that out for sure,
No.
but I mean, when I've been out there and like Robert Carlson has been out there or whatever, he's not climbing on the elements. Is he getting up? Are they up? Okay.
Because Paul Kyle would always get up there.
Okay. I guess I just haven't been out.
Would say just a little aside on this, once we found out this problem with the high elements, I checked to see if we had anybody who climbed the tower out here. No, we don't. We used to, but we contracted out now. Good job, Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
So tell me this, since that's a challenge course with our fire science, they've got a tower and they set it on fire. Does that kind of, I mean, is that insured up to the max too?
So we do have a separate liability policy for the fire science program. So again, we're talking about patrons of the challenge course versus employees of the challenge course versus students at the fire science.
And instructors?
I don't have all of the codes associated. I didn't bring all the codes on the work comp policy.
I'm just asking.
We do have a separate fire sciences liability policy for the students.
Ryan, going back to the flat versus percentage on the $150 million of property, about what is our flat fee bin deductible versus what they propose in percentage?
So last year, for example, Chubb breaks down their locations by street address, which is a little bit different than most. Many carriers do it by building or by location. With Chubb, we were able to get basically all of the buildings here under the 901 South Haverhill, which is, gosh,
Everything here.
20 or 20. Okay, I was going to say 30, but 20 buildings with a flat deductible of 800,000. Then at the Andover campus, it was a flat deductible of 500,000. And the conversation we had last year is we had also offered a wind hail buy down policy, and there was some significant discussion around the chances of both being hit, you know, how much is the max out of pocket. So last year, the max out of pocket, if everything got hit, the wind hail would have been 1.4 million. Because there's another location on here with $100,000 deductible. There's no address on here, so I can't tell you what address it is.
That probably went away. It's probably the 9100 building. Which we sold.
We'll call it roughly 1.5, okay? As a percentage deductible this year, I did the math and I thought we were closer to 1.8 million.
That would probably be right with buildings going up anywhere from 10 to 12%.
I'll do an analysis of that. The other option that Chubb gave us was they offered us a flat, just $100 million, basically pot. That doesn't get, if everything were to be hit, we'd be out. But if El Dorado got hit and not Andover or vice versa, the 100 million would be enough to rebuild either campus. And that saved us, I don't know, 30 or 40,000. So I don't know if that's risk that the college is willing to take, but we're just exploring as many options as we can.
What's the value of the annual premium?
The
together? Do you have
total
any-
premiums?
Yeah, just
Yeah.
off the top of your head.
700 last year. So
Okay.
I feel like if there's a storm bad enough to wipe out both campuses,
Maybe
There's
we should just move out of
there's just
county.
a whole nother discussion.
Well, no, we almost lost
Like-
one.
It'd be like,
One built and one that
That's what I
one that
mean.
went through Andover didn't miss too
Andover-
far.
Andover might go, I can't really envision both, ever being completely destroyed. I feel like that would be a pretty solid
Yeah,
risk to take.
yeah, it is. It's
You know.
pretty long odds.
Yeah.
And that was the
Yeah.
consensus last year, Kim, if I
Yeah.
remember right. That was why it didn't make sense to spend another $150,000, $200,000, whatever it was on the Wind Hill buy down. And Kent has set aside some funds to help cover those Wind Hill deductibles.
Actually, the board at this point has set aside $500,000. And in our discussions, we talked about raising that to $1 million possibly.
As I said, if the pool is able to do something less than that, that's truly remarkable. I think it's way less than what the rest of the market is commanding. So anytime there's 50 carriers, 49 of them are saying it's 1%, it makes you wonder how long the other one's going to last at that flat. But
Is it possible to see who the YMCA has coverage with? Don't they have all kinds of climate stuff like that?
yeah, they do. It is, well,
No, the one, they have one in right here in El Dorado. Oh.
I believe that the YMCA, and we do not insure it, so I'm speaking a little out of school here. I believe they're with Philadelphia, which is a company that specializes in outdoor recreational business, nonprofits. We actually asked Philly to look at the college, and they were uncomfortable with the amount of property we have at this one location. So again, when you're looking at the liability, it's just a different risk profile when you're comparing college versus a gym. We've got a couple recreation commission. Oh, believe me, I'll take any suggestions. We've looked. There's other recreational facilities around here we insure with EMC or Travelers. Both our carriers we've approached for Butler Community College. Travelers was uncomfortable with the property exposure, and they also don't do educators legal liability. I might mention, if I could give one piece of good news while I'm here. At first glance, our renewal with Trident, which is all of our casualty coverages, so general liability, educators legal, umbrella, auto, equipment, that all looks relatively flat. So it doesn't look like we're going to be getting a curveball on those lines of coverage. It's just the property and the deductible that is the change from last year. So and the building values, which hopefully I explained. Any other questions while
Think of the difference in values when this campus was built in the 60s versus.
Now I will tell you, Kent and Meredith and Stacy in my office, they've done a really good job over the years of going in and analyzing spreadsheets, and Ireland's helped us get square footages. I mean, it's pretty simple for us to go through and say, okay, if we have this building insured for $10 million and it's X thousand square feet, we know what the cost of construction needs to be. The cost per square foot needs to be over a certain amount. So we've done that exercise a couple times over the last 2 or 3 years to make sure we're not falling behind the times. But again, what the carriers are saying is, even if you did that 12 to 24 months ago, the values could be different. So I hope we're not as far off as what the 60s would have been, but we've definitely seen the costs go up quite a bit just in the last couple of years.
I just have one more question. Well, I have one more question right now.
Sure.
Maybe not for the rest of the time. Is there any other community colleges that you know of that have such a challenge for us? Could we maybe ask them what?
I thought you were going to say challenges. Yeah. I don't know of any community colleges that have challenge courses. No.
I don't know.
Back on the deductible, I just had one comment. I think it's worth noting too, that if we did have a catastrophic event, that would be extremely unfortunate. But if it came down to where we were $300,000 to $400,000 worse off than what we, wanted to be, if we rebuilt, we would also have brand new facilities, which over time would save us considerable amounts of money in insurance and utilities and all those kinds of things. So over time, I don't think it would be this horrible thing. As bad as this sounds right now, I don't think it's this doom and gloom, story.
I agree with you. And the other thing to consider is you may not build everything back exactly like.
Right, exactly. You could be more
you may be able to
efficient.
find
There
cost
would be,
savings and ways
yeah,
to build it. And again, we're assuming everything gets wiped out with
Right.
with that percentage deductible. So.
Yeah.
Great. So it's not the worst thing.
exactly. You have to see glass half full.
Ryan, thank you.
Trying to help you out.
Yeah, yeah. Well, thank you all for your time. Any more questions? Mary Martha, look like you're saying something.
I'm getting ready to say something, but it doesn't involve you.
Okay.
That's your cue to
Well,
leave.
that wasn't nice, was it?
Well, that being said,
I thought you were going to say that you had him as a student.
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman.
I'd just like to say thank you to Ryan too for this, and
Absolutely.
he really has always provides us with the best.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate everyone's time, and I'll be back here in a month.
Mr. Chairman,
Thanks, Ryan. Yes, ma'am.
I feel terrible. I'm out of Kleenex. My nose won't quit running. My head hurts. Shelby, would you care if I left?
You can do whatever you want.
Okay. Can I be excused from the meeting?
Of course.
Thank
Did
you.
you just get us all sick?
Try.
With the mask, why aren't you protecting us, Mary?
I'll take your little perforated mask.
Oh, my little lacy one?
Yeah.
I kept it in my wallet for a long time.
Okay,
Well,
I'm gonna leave.
Get to feeling better.
Oh, I will. I will. I have.
I mean, I
You gotta
get to
go get a
vote
bunch
for
of
you.
kids sick tomorrow.
Might
In her
win some.
proxy.
Yeah, I'm sure I know exactly what she would say.
Okay. I think, okay,
I
moving
will, thank you.
on. I think we can skip over the equipment issue on the nursing partnership, as that's kind of tied in with the information we're going to wait on the other, which takes us to residence hall access controls. Bill.
Page is that?
That's on page 18.
So as part of our access controls physical security project that we were able to fund through our capital outlay or capital mill levy, the residence halls have now come up on the list. And so in the process of planning this out originally 6 years ago, we talked about access controls, physical security for our buildings, and we put those groups into priorities. And so the first priorities were, our the exterior doors on all of our buildings, and then some interior doors as we move through. We did physical security as far as cameras and stuff. We're now at the point where we want to talk about the residence halls. There's 377 rooms or occupants in our residence halls that are now all keyed doors. So a student that lives in our residence hall is issued a Proxy card to be able to get into the building, and then a separate key to get into their room. Those keys are regularly lost. Our facilities department spends a lot of time rekeying doors, replacing cores, so forth. This has been on the, kind of on the list of what to do. We weren't sure from a funding perspective, the money that we had allocated for physical security and access controls. We weren't sure that how that would flesh out. It turns out that we had enough money to be able to get to this part of the project. There's still doors in some of our buildings on this campus, interior doors that don't have access controls. We use keys for some of those, but we were able to do exterior doors on all of our buildings and our classroom doors in Andover during the remodel. We were able to get those done. There's quite a few classroom doors here that are done. We really felt like the next logical step would be to move into the residence halls. This gives us an opportunity, utilizing that technology, to minimize the cost, an ongoing kind of administration to the college, both from a facilities perspective and also with our residence hall advisors that are, having to try and replace keys or help the students find their keys. These access Proxy cards that students are given are also attached to their student ID. So today, if I'm a residence hall student, I can just kind of give my key to somebody, and then they have full access to the residence hall. With this, it'll be part of their ID. So they'll be able to use that to access the residence halls, access other buildings on campus when they need to go to their managed print services, and to, pay for their check-in when they go to the cafeteria. So next step is to get these pieces done. Got a question?
231,000, but for only 193 doors out of 377.
377 students, 193 rooms. So some of those are
Okay.
multi-student rooms. So it's access controlling
Yeah,
the
that
door.
just seems like so much money. I mean, what are
Oh,
those?
it's not. I
How
mean,
much time would you say the RAs? How much time?
I mean, for access, no, I mean, it's,
No, how
I'm saying
much
for
time do you
access
think
controls.
an
it's
RA
not.
spends getting keys and letting people in?
Heather used to be in charge of the residence halls. Heather, what do you think?
They spend a lot of their time.
Okay, would you
They
give me,
also,
give me an
students
estimate?
also lose that, and they are sharing those
Right.
cards, so with their picture on it, it would be different. The other thing, our public safety office also gets calls to unlock those doors.
But, okay.
I remember working in the residence halls and always having to go up and open doors.
20,
So-
look, I think it's great. I like to have one of these for my door. Okay, it'd be so convenient to just flash the little card up there with my picture or whatever and be great. But I don't know, it just seems like a lot of money. And although I understand the security, wow, I mean, it's $250,000. This is like nothing to you. I'm sorry. It seems like it's nothing.
Oh, it's a lot. It's a lot, Trustee Winslow. It's not nothing to me. And I don't
It's a
appreciate
lot
that.
of
It's
money.
not
Well,
nothing
I
to
don't
me.
mean it like it's.
So
bad. It just
understand
feels
that this is the definition, 6 years ago when the capital mill levy was passed, these are the things that were defined in that project. And I'm just bringing that forward.
Okay.
I'm not making light of the amount of money. When you say it seems like a lot of money, my point to that was, this is the best negotiated price. You're not going to find centrally controlled access controls for $193 or $193
And
for less
who's
than
going to
this.
manage that whole system? I mean,
We have that system in place today that's managed by public safety and by our IS division
For all the other doors.
for all the other doors.
I
So
get what
today,
you're-
when
I
a
get what you're
student,
saying on cost per door,
I'm not
seems like
indicating.
No, it just seems like a convenience for students. I mean, if I go to a hotel, I just get a card, and if I lose it.
My
go back
daughter's
to the
at
front desk,
K-State.
Or charge the students if they, you
Yeah.
have a
If they
$20
lose their
lock fee.
key, I would think you could charge them.
They
My
get
daughter's at
charged.
K-State and
They
they
do.
have an actual key. I mean, they're responsible for a key.
Sure.
I know that at
mean-
Wichita Public Schools, my ID badge opened up the outside door to the school, opened up my classroom. Those were the only two that had opened up. And if I lost my ID badge, it cost me $10 to replace or $20 to
Sure.
replace. And let me tell you, I had my ID badge till the picture wore off because
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I mean, if you have a PO box at the post office and you lose your key, they charge you to replace it. I think if
Exactly.
there was something like that in place here, you'd have a lot fewer people losing.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
We absolutely
I
charge
think
our
Ireland
students.
So you're
could
telling me
probably
this is
speak
part
to
of the
it
capital
too.
plan
Yes,
from a
ma'am.
long time ago.
It has been, yeah. This was part of the access controls and physical security piece of the capital outlay. Now, this came after we did those things. We prioritized that process.
Yep.
We absolutely do charge the students today if they lose a key,
What's
do you
the
charge?
charge?
and
for
we
that?
charge them if they, I don't know what the key charge is.
Oh,
I'll tell
wow.
you, we charge them if they lose their Prox card today as well. So every students are issued that. We charge them if they lose their student ID. Those fees are,
I assume if your phone goes dead, like mine does twice a day, you're gonna have to
You need a new phone.
get in. Well, I do. It's.
Or a new battery.
It's a 7. I definitely need it.
so that's the other piece to this is from a losing of whether it's a card or a key perspective. Our system has the capability, you brought up the phone, the capability to put the token on an NFS token on the phone. So they're able to unlock their door with their phone as opposed to losing a key.
But if they lose a key, a physical key, you only have so many of those before you have to redo the whole
Yeah, you just.
set.
The-
So that's right.
the one part I really is the safety part.
So the other
Physical
hang on
safety.
just a second. So the other, to that point, Dave, I would say this. Today, our public safety NRIS division can pull up our access control system and see who has keyed into into a building. It was keyed into the dorms, so we know what students keyed into the dorms. We'd be able to see what students keyed into what rooms as well. I mean, I'm just.
You would know whose ID was used.
Sure.
But you have cameras that identify every single one of these door entries.
Yes.
Okay, and they're already on board.
The cameras are in place. Cameras
We're part of the security.
cameras campus-wide were part of the original, I mean, the first phase of this. The plan all along included keying doors that were commonly accessed. So my office door is, we didn't put a card reader, right? My office door. Now, the suite maybe that my office and a couple of other offices are in has a card reader, so that's open and people can get in there. But Dr. Kroll's office door locks, right? So we didn't key those pieces. We wanted to key places, or I say key, access control places that would change and turn over so that we didn't have to worry about recoring doors, replacing keys, and we also were able to control access from a security perspective. That's why all the exterior doors today are access controlled rather than just key. Plus, it gives us a central way to lock all the doors, to unlock all the doors.
An emergency.
In the event of a fire in any of our buildings or in a dorm, with the push of a button, public safety can unlock the doors, open doors and so forth.
Has there been a safety issue in the last 20, 30 years, or an instance that you can think of that this system would have kept from happening? A problem that this could have stopped?
I will say that we have fewer people. I've been here 20, 30 years.
In your
Not quite
recollection?
that. I've been here 10 years. So I would say that the difference that I've seen in 10 years on the exterior doors of the dorms are fewer people inside the dorms that aren't supposed to be inside the dorms, non-students, and so forth. That doesn't mean that, I live in the dorms, I bring my buddy with me, they come in, but there was a time when it was pretty close to open access in and out of those dorms. I think that, so from a public safety perspective, you'd have to talk to Bill or to the police department. But I think from an access perspective, there's fewer people in the dorms than aren't supposed to be there. Just like in our buildings, there's fewer people in our buildings than aren't supposed to be there, which has made things more secure and has really saved us time and efforts. The cameras have helped us a lot too. And we can tell from people badging in who's in buildings when a laptop or something comes up missing. We can tell who was in the building, and we can get on the cameras and find out what happened. So.
And you have that capability already. So
we have that capability. This is just expanding into the dorms. It's doing the dorm piece of the system that we have in place campus-wide.
We did have a situation where a resident propped a door open that allowed 3 guys to come into our residence hall, and they assaulted 2 of our student residents.
That was the exterior door though, like what he's talking
Right.
about is already controlled.
That's right, but they weren't controlled at that time.
Right.
And so they could be propped open and we had that issue. So to answer your question, it will increase the security. The other thing is, we do summer camps and our residence hall people have to take all of those keys and put them in packets for the people that come in for the camps. Then when the camp's over, they have to take their time, put them all back up where they belong so that when the next camp comes, they can put them all back in packets again and then have them ready for the fall semester. It takes a lot of time. Cards would be much quicker and easier. The other thing with the access control system, if we need to lock down this campus for an armed killer or something like that, we hit a button and it's all locked down, including their rooms.
Well, hopefully the killer's not locked into one of them, if that's the case.
Okay. You done?
Go right ahead, sir.
Okay, yeah. This project is one of the projects that I had hoped had been at the top of the list when we started discussing this 6 years ago, was the dorms. And the main reason is for the security part of it. Students lose keys all the time, hand keys off all the time. We do charge them $25 each time, but most students that have several of them, they probably don't pay their bill anyway. A parent pays it or so on. But the biggest thing is it would just secure the building and not have 100 lost keys out that gives access to these rooms of these students. So
I guess I'm
wish
just
I
trying.
had something to tell me how many hours this takes.
Well, I think.
You
from a
got the
safety
RAs, you got the
perspective, too,
campers, you got all these activities, but nobody can tell me.
I don't believe it's,
also they lose their key, they know it costs $25, and so they don't want to let us know that they've lost their key because they don't want that on their account. So then they just leave their room unlocked. If we have a student, like facilities makes those keys for us, we try to keep some on hand in the residence halls. If we've already issued out so many keys and we're out, if that happens over a weekend or after hours, we don't have anybody in facilities working 24/7 to cut keys for us. I mean, he works pretty quickly, but there's that. And if you end up having any sort of issue where you need to dismiss someone from the residence halls, sometimes you can't get those keys back. They just walk with them. And so now you can just disable, this person has access, now they no longer have access instead of trying to track down keys.
I think it just kind of comes down to wants versus needs. And part of the issue that we're facing, and it was spelled out last meeting, was just that it's very clear that we either keep raising taxes or run out of money. So it's just a matter of where we want to spend the funds that we have. I'm all about safety, but I have my daughter at the K-State dorm where she has an actual key. They lock down the front door just like what we already have, and that's good enough for K-State. So I guess that's kind of where I'm coming from, is if it's good enough there, then it's.
What's the source? What's the revenue source? for
The
this?
capital mill levy proceeds, which were raised through the capital outlay, and this is exactly, I mean, this is part of that entire package of projects that we put together. So it's money that's sitting there for projects like this and was.
Could that money also be
accumulated.
spent on maintenance that we're so far behind on that we've been informed of? I don't know. I don't know what all it
The
can be used
capital
for.
mill levy proceeds should be spent on projects that were part of that original plan.
But they
That's
could
right.
be spent on maintenance that's needed, right? I mean, if you had a
They
problem
could,
in some.
Yeah, they
okay.
could, but why would we not address the pieces of the project that are still out there waiting to be addressed? that
Is
were
this
part of the
something
original
that,
plan?
other community colleges have? I mean, is this
Yeah.
something that's widespread that?
Yeah, so this is, yes, this is something that multiple community colleges have, some of our partner community colleges in Kansas, some of the schools that I work with in Nebraska. I mean, this, I don't disagree. So my daughter goes to TCU down in Texas. There's a couple of dorms left that are keyed there as well. And they're making the conversion. Her place she's at now is, well, her place right now is a townhome. But the last dorm she was in was Proxy access controlled. The dorm she was in her freshman year was keyed. I think they're redoing that this summer at that dorm. So I mean, this is becoming a standard because it allows for easier management. The reason that we brought this forward is that we asked the taxpayers for a $2 million increase. And that was given to us specifically for increases or specifically for upgrading and, our infrastructure and technology across campus. This was part of what that plan was.
Safety and security was.
And safety and security. And so from my perspective, when I vote yes or no on that, I'm voting based on what I'm told that money is going to be spent on. This is why I'm a fan of local control of taxes. We've talked about this, but what you guys do is the local control of taxes. And so when that's how it was sold to me as a taxpayer in Butler County, because I pay taxes. This is the reason that we bring these projects to you, as opposed to bringing you a project that says, I want to spend $231,000 planting trees outside, and I want to take it out of the capital mill levy fund, because that capital mill levy fund was sold to me as a taxpayer as being on for safety and security and technology and infrastructure. That's how it was sold, and that's what garnered my vote this one. So that's the only reason I'm bringing it. Y'all do what you guys do what you want to do, but that's the reason I'm bringing this to you.
I think this is a huge safety.
I think to be
piece.
technical, there wasn't a vote by the taxpayers on the capital mill outlay. The trustees voted to approve it. You guys had a big protest here. A lot of people in this room that were not happy with the 7 trustees voted to do it without voter approval, which they were elected by the voters so you could parse it, but it wasn't a vote.
I'm
initiative
sorry.
on a ballot. They approved.
The message from the Board of Trustees,
Right.
I guess
It
my
wasn't-
point
it
was the
wasn't a
message.
voter issue. I'm just
The
clarifying.
message was, this is what we're spending the money.
Right,
I
the
don't
public showed
disagree
up
with you on
and
that,
said, hey,
Shelby.
knock it off. You guys were spinning anyway because we want it, we need it. That's why I'm here. because you
I
held it
can-
more.
Well,
There is a provision in the statute that a petition could have been executed by the public. That petition was not executed.
I've never heard about that till right now.
Yeah, it's
Sure.
statutory. It had to be published. It was published in the paper.
But I mean, we've got to take a vote. We got to get it for them.
well, I'm going to start it off by saying I move we approve the purchases of the access controls from American Digital Security
Okay, well. I
for
wasn't done talking about it, but okay.
$231,153.11.
Okay, do we have a second? If we have no second, it fails.
Let it fail.
I'd still have some questions. I'm sorry. I'm behind the ball here.
Okay, we can still continue discussion. We can second it and continue discussion. We don't have, it's not an immediate vote.
Or we can just let
Just need
it
a
fall.
second
and-
and ask some questions.
Okay, I'll second that motion.
Okay, I know, Julie, I know you and Linda. Linda, you're right now. What questions you have?
Okay, Bill, when we go back to our capital outlay mill fund where we have $1.2 million, and it says on here some of the things that you've done. What else? This was evidently on the original plan. What else? So there's going to be a little less than $1 million left. Are there other initiatives that were set out for funding to be used from that we told people would happen?
So no, this is part of the safety, security, and access controls piece, which really wraps up what we had defined outside of, I guess, the digital signage piece that we didn't ever complete the full digital signage. We trimmed that down. But no, I would say from a large purchase or procurement perspective, this is finishing up the project that we started. There's some digital signage kind of outliers, but those are things that we've been just handling out of trying to handle out of current budget.
Thank you.
So this is the last piece of the initial initiative. There were 11 projects and this was one.
So this is the last project.
Yes.
Okay, so
Linda, does that
there's still $1 million left?
I mean, you guys
Thank you.
went over it at the last meeting. Yeah, I think 1 million, 1.2 in that capital fund.
Okay, so if there was $1.2 million and now you want to spend 231,000, right? So we still have $1 million in there?
950.
Yeah, roughly $1 million. You all discussed that at the last work session.
Okay, is there anything else that we voted, previous board voted on for capital projects that hasn't been done?
No,
So why isn't that million spent?
Well, because the board, I mean, I'm going to speak out of turn here, but the Board of Trustees levied 2 mills. There were tax valuation increases and it came in and collected more money than what there was initially planned on.
And I think the other thing is that through that process, I mean.
I negotiated the heck out of prices.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was.
I mean, we saved a lot of money doing it, but you also collected more money than was originally thought because of how valuation increases happen on those 2 mills. I mean, I'm not the finance guy. I'm just the IT nerd, but that's that piece of it.
But now with the change in law, we don't have to just take a mill levy increase in value. We set the tax amount that we tax the citizens. Mill levy can do whatever it wants. We're going to set how many millions we're going to take from taxpayers.
Sure, and
From
this
here
all
on out.
expired. This expired
Right.
before that.
Yeah,
Before
I
that
get
came
it.
into place. So this is
But
that.
isn't there still an opportunity to have a capital mill levy fund again for other things? So it hasn't gone,
No, we'd have to vote for.
we'd have to vote again. This is, if the book we have says, this must have started July 1, 2016. And it showed that we had 1,223,810. And as our balance that we talked about the other day. So I just was wanting to make sure it comes from that. And do we have the rest of the money earmarked, or because that's something we have the opportunity to talk about through the budget process?
I don't,
my
from a
concern
technology
is just-
standpoint, this is the last significant project or finishes up. those projects.
Let me answer just real quick. My concern is like this year, values increased 10% on everyone's properties. So we say, oh, we're just aboard the mill valuations go up 10%. So we get $1.3 million more. no fault of our own, we're not doing anything, we just get that money. But that's not technically true anymore. We have to say, we are going to tax you $1.3 million more than last year. We're just not, that's what they did this time. They passed a capital mill outlay, and then when it went up 3 or 4% the next year, they captured that plus another 3 or 4%.
I think the point though is this is fully within the scope of what
Right,
that
right.
capital
Yeah, the
mill
money's
was
here.
originally designed to
Right.
fund.
I get it. We
Right.
just have to vote yes or no on it.
Yeah.
Do we have any other, do we have any other questions? Julie, did you get your questions answered?
Yeah, I can see the safety project. I really can. And look, I was no insult intended, but that is a lot of money. And even though it was an original part of the request, I wasn't here for that capital mill levy outlay, but I'm telling you, that's why I'm here now. I'm very hesitant in looking at what's happened to student enrollment and in looking at the threat of a recession, which I am absolutely positive 99.9% is going to come. I'm worried about spending this kind of money. I'm worried about spending this kind of money. So if no one else is worried, then I'll be the only one that says, you know what, I'm kind of worried about spending that kind of money for something like this. Not that it's not a good idea, not that it's wonderful safety, it's wonderful safety. I'm just concerned.
My thought, my 2 cents on this is it is a lot of money. I don't know how you quantify the value of safety. I mean, you can't, I mean, that's, you talk about how many times the staff convenience, there's a value to that, but you can't justify this number on that. You justify this number on the inherent extra value that safety provides, combined with the fact that this is what this money was for. It's what it's been for. It's sitting there. It's not operational budget. It's something that I think we ought to support.
Are you sure you have parlayed that expense of having somebody pretty much monitor those extra 193 doors? With
Yeah,
your
we have a
system. I know you're already set up to do that, but I mean, adding another 993 doors is going to be more work for someone. May not be more work for the RAs, but it's going to be more work for whoever manages this system.
Yes. The system is, yes, the way the system scales, the screen that the public safety looks at or that our service desk looks at, or that the RAs will be able to look at scales. So the RAs, for example, will be able to view the doors in their hall or in their part. Public safety looks at all the doors. They have alarms that show on their screens for all the doors, and this just adds to that. So, it scales.
So would an RA have to make a phone call or just write a trouble ticket, or how would that work?
For what?
For a door, like a door doesn't open, to change a door, put a camper in there instead of a person.
Yeah, they can just go in the system and assign somebody to that room.
Okay, they could do it right there.
Yeah,
Is there any kind of chance for a glitch in the system that would cause danger that wouldn't exist with keys?
No, well, there's always a chance for glitches in system. Our system fails open. Christine, my deputy. So the system fails open. Sorry, so what we don't want is we don't want the power to go out and then no one will be able to get into their rooms without a key. So we said that's fail open. And then public safety, but we have UPSs. I mean, we get power supplies in all those areas. So because it operates wireless, their power over Ethernet. So, I mean, I say that again, like,
Yeah,
there's
it's
glitches, but
it's a
we set
computer at the end of the day.
safety standards on it are to fail open whenever you lose power, so that no one's trapped in a room or trapped in.
I guess
And the door is always open from the inside. It's not like the door, magnetically locks you in or something.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to look at it from a logical standpoint as far as, it's one thing to tout safety, but you also have to be logical as far as what is the actual risk. Because I don't want to put anybody in danger, obviously.
Sure.
And so, it comes down to, do I feel like this item is the one key to safety for sending my child to Butler Community College? And for me, that answer is no. Sure. So that's what I'm basing my vote on.
I got you. I understand that.
hearing, have we discussed the heck out of this?
I think so.
Okay.
My horse died a long time ago.
Yeah.
Can I just say thank you for a calm, rational, logical discussion?
Hear, hear.
I appreciate it. I really do.
Trustee Brumgart,
No.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
No.
trustee Shearer,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
No.
Okay. It fails on a 3-3 vote. Next issue is, Bill, you have the floor again for laptop replacements.
Yeah, so this is our standard PC replacement that comes up throughout the year, throughout each year. We have our computers on a on a replacement plan. So depending on the type of computer it is and what it's being used for, that replacement plan ranges from 4 to 6 years. The laptops that we have proposed to replace now are 6 years old. They've reached their end of life. They've reached their Windows computers. So they don't last as long as Macs do. But so it's just time for a standard annual replacement of some of these machines. They are classroom machines, student machines, and then some replacements for some of our staff and faculty that have laptops as well. I guess I don't know. This is a standard conversation we have each year as far as those replacement goes. I will tell you guys, and some of you that have been here for a while, we've had this discussion before. When I came on board, we were on a 3-year replacement plan. We recognize that with technology where it's at today, with the chips, the processors, the solid state drives, and so forth, and the changes we made in our configurations, we were able to extend that to a 4, 5, and 6 year replacement, so that we're not spending as much money as often to replace computers. But this is a standard that you have in replacing computers. So yes.
You got a whole bunch of computers with COVID, right?
We
Remember
bought
how many we bought? for
we
that?
bought laptops
Laptops,
for the student laptop program. I can't because of the way that grant's structured, I can't use those for business, or those are the student laptop program that they
So
can
this is
buy.
faculty.
This is faculty in classrooms,
Gotcha.
right? So not all students have opted into that program. I mean, obviously, so we still,
And,
but that's
and
what
you
those
do
are
this
for.
every how many years? Replace
Well, we
these?
replace portions of our overall, we've got 2,500 devices on campus. We
Right.
replace portions of it each year.
Right.
So this is 125 computers at this point this year of laptops. We'll replace some desktops. You'll see me a couple of times a year. We have this conversation for some different machines, but this is
Wait, this is 125 laptops?
this is 125 laptops.
And Bill, the source of funds for this, does it,
Out of our budget.
Out of your
It's a
just-
budgeted amount.
a budgeted
for
line
PC
item?
replacement that we have
Okay.
budgeted each year.
Thank you.
My only 2 cents is I've never owned a laptop that costs anywhere near $750. All my kids have gone through probably $300 laptops, which I understand.
Well, so
Pay for a nicer piece of equipment, but
So that's a great point, Shelby. What I would say is the advantage that you have is that you have one kid using that one laptop for everything that they do. Where we have one laptop, we have hundreds of kids use because they walk into a classroom, they take it out of the cow. So they're built to a better standard. Plus, we have to license them differently. So Windows Professional licenses differently than Windows Home. And because we're an enterprise, we cannot use Windows Home here. So there's those pieces, but the biggest piece to what you're saying, and I don't disagree with that, is that the laptop that you buy for your kid is for your kid and your kid only that chooses that. But the laptop that we buy for the classroom is for however many kids go in there and use it, and students go in there and use that classroom, say kids.
I imagine most kids at this point have their own laptops. And we also have a laptop initiative that
Yeah.
will give them a free laptop. If they want.
There's nowhere near the majority of our students that have their own laptop. We've had more and more students opt into the laptop program, but the lesson that we learned at COVID is when COVID hit and we sent students home, is it was crazy to me because my daughter had a laptop. It was crazy to me to see the number of students that the only access they had to technology, and Butler County students, by the way, not just students from some faraway land. Butler County students, that the only access that they had to technology is when they were here on campus in one of our computer labs.
Exactly.
That's it.
Yeah.
And
it
so
was phenomenal.
my eyes were open. I'll be honest. My eyes were open 2 years ago when that happened, because there were kids that I knew that went to school with my daughter. I just kind of made an assumption that I probably shouldn't have made. But when COVID hit, it became very clear and very apparent that they had no technology at home. They had, I mean, they had a phone, they had no technology to do their work on. And it was a lot bigger number than I thought. We put those numbers together when we talked about the laptop initiative. I don't have them off the top of my head. We're hoping more and more students opt into the laptop initiative, which will help the process along. And that's growing, but we're still in our first full semester of the laptop initiative.
Okay, I'm gonna move it along again. I move we approve the purchase of 125 Dell laptop computers for a total not to exceed $103,095.75.
Have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Hearing no further discussion.
No,
Oh,
I have
you
some
have some?
questions. I
Okay.
just didn't get them all asked before Dave decided to
Go ahead. No, that's fine.
move on ahead.
What do you have?
I think it's great you have a replacement program, but it would be nice in the future if whenever you ask for, replacements or whatever, we saw that little plan somehow, just a little worksheet,
I'm sorry,
just a worksheet, something that you keep the plan on so that we know that you have an actual plan to replace these laptops.
Okay.
So when you worked in the business world,
We
they
had
didn't
these
replace
things.
laptops every year or
Of course they
desktops?
did, but we had a plan.
Are you
So-
suggesting
We had a
that Bill
written
doesn't,
plan.
are you
No, I
suggesting we
think he
don't
does
have
have
one?
a plan. I
So,
just want.
so here's something, I'm going to answer that two ways. Number one, I'm happy to provide that.
Thank you.
Number two, I would say this, that every year if we've got 50 laptops that have come up in the plan to be replaced, we don't just arbitrarily replace them because they've come up in the plan. We look to see if they still have useful life in them, because we understand the need to save money. So my plan is the plan that you're going to see when I deliver that to you is going to show you that these 125 laptops should have been replaced a year and a half ago.
That's great.
But we didn't need to do that because we were able to change out the hard drive for $60 and extend the life of it a little bit. And so I'll have my team put that together for
Okay.
you and show you
Yeah,
what's
it
happening with
doesn't
these.
have to be extravagant.
But
And-
I will say that our team on a regular basis extends the life of these as much as we can.
Okay.
Because rather than spending $750, I'd rather spend $80 on a solid state drive, which gives me another year of life.
That's what I do. Let me ask you something. Where do they go when you're finished with them?
So
When you surplus?
So it's a great question. So years ago, we used to have an auction. We'd sell off all of our old computers. A few things were happening during that process. Number one, we were in severe violation of Microsoft's licensing laws. Number two, you at an auction, you sell it as is, where it is, and they take it, and miraculously, people that bought the computers from us would know somebody at Butler that they could call. Pretty soon, our help desk is getting overrun with crap computers that we've auctioned off in wholesale. So we stopped doing that probably 8 years ago because our help desk was getting overran. We then had a recycler that would just take them. You guys, for those of you that are in this, it's not easy to get rid of e-waste. So we had a recycler that would just take it for free. We would just get rid of it. A few years ago, we were in contact with Ribbit Computers, who wanted to take over our e-waste stuff. So right now, all outdated broken electronics, including all cables, old CRT monitors, TVs, non-functioning smart boards, computers, monitors, printers, scanners, all of our e-waste recycler is scheduled to pick all those up when we call them to come get them. We don't have to store it anymore. We used to had a warehouse full of this. So they also provide a serialized inventory of the equipment that they take. We get that back to finance. Computer hard drives are removed because of new compliance laws. All computer hard drives either have to be wiped to DoD specifications, they have to be shredded. We were paying with our old recycler, we were pulling the hard drives, and then we were paying somebody to do that for us. Ribbit Computers now does all of that. They also pay us $25 per computer, whether it is fully functional or broken in half. And they pay us $15 per monitor, whether it's fully functional or broken in half. So that's the deal that we negotiated with them for them to take all of our e-waste.
Is As long as we're compliant, I'm sure you know what they are. There's some kind of compliance issues that we have to surplus in a certain way. So I'm sure you're familiar with those the state has.
There's because the value of the computers, outside of the data contained on the computers, there are no compliance concerns about the devices themselves.
Because they're valued at.
Less than $1,000 each, whatever. But the hard drives are pulled out of all of them. So most of the computers. So for example, if Ribbit buys one of these old laptops for $25, it's going to go to them without a hard drive, sometimes without power cords, I mean, whatever. So it's not gonna have a hard drive and we pull the RAM, the memory out of them. Ribbit then disposes of that hard drive and they're DoD certified to do that. And we get the certification back that those were properly disposed of. So that allows us to meet PCI DSS compliance. It allows us to meet red flag.
And they give you a
so
list of what do they do this quarterly?
They give us a list of computers, of the computers and the hard drives that they've destroyed.
And how much they pay you for them.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yes.
And that happens about every.
I don't know how often we get the check from them, but usually after they pick up a pallet full of devices.
I know the Wichita School District only does it once a year.
Oh, we don't have the space to store it, to store this stuff. So
Not
I'll
to-
find out, Julie, how often they pay us, but we invoice them when they take what they take and they send us a check, just like we buy something from them, but they invoice us, we send them a check.
Not to keep going back to my personal experience, it's just what I draw on, but to your point with the laptops, daughter at K-State, her MacBook crashes, she had to go borrow one from the college. She needed it it ended up being 2 or 3 weeks because she had to send hers back and forth. So, and I will say just in my short time being here, I feel like your department is run, you have very, very strong explanation and research behind what you bring. So
I appreciate that.
He's not bad.
So you can find this current computer that we're getting rid of out on Amazon today for $239. It would cost us $260 to make one of our computers, to put one of our computers on Amazon and try and sell it for $239.
Wow.
We'd have to put a new hard drive in it. We'd have to buy a Microsoft Windows home license. We have to replace these computers now because they don't have the TPM chip in them that allows you to put Windows 11 on it.
Right.
We encrypt all of our drives now so the data can't, and the TPM chip protects the computers from ransomware and malware attacks. And it won't allow us to encrypt these older devices. So that's the reason we're doing this replacement, because they're just, we can't use them.
I would move to end the discussion.
Sweet.
I have a motion out on the
Yeah,
floor.
We do. We have a motion in a second. If we've got no further discussion, we call the vote.
Yeah.
Trustee Brungardt,
yes.
trustee Dolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shearer,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
No. Thank you.
Okay, that passes 5-1. Next item, and Bill, you're the popular guy tonight.
Gosh.
Infotech IS Strategic Master Plan and Consulting Services.
Where's that at? What
It is on
page
page 30.
31.
Down here, this next page.
3031.
Okay, so in 2012, we began a collaborative partnership with a company called Infotech Research. They're Gartner. They're just like Gartner Consulting. They're actually competitors. So Infotech has a heavy focus in higher education. They help our departments like ours and CIOs kind of work on what strategic and long-term master planning should look like. About 10 years ago, I think in 2013, Tom Irwin, who was our former CIO, engaged Infotech within our relationship to come in and do a workshop for strategic planning, and then to create the master plan out of that. From that master plan and from that strategic planning session and that workshop, we were able to identify some of the challenges that we had from an infrastructure perspective with the fiber and our border-to-border wireless, those challenges that we needed to meet. HLC requires that IS have an information technology have an updated master plan. So this is kind of that 10-year process for us to re-engage Infotech to come in. They'll work with all of the departments. It's a week-long process. They'll have a survey and questionnaire for each of our individual departments. For exec council and VPs, they'll have a questionnaire for the board of trustees about vision and so forth. And then we take that and then we work with Infotech to then develop what that those strategic goals should be and how they align with the strategic goals of the institution of the board of trustees. So this is our 10-year piece here. We have this, we save up within our technology fund to be able to fund this so that we can move through this process in an efficient way and engage Infotech. So they'll facilitate the IT strategy workshop. They'll help us in the meet the updated HLC required technology master plan, and they'll help us develop those outcomes that are necessary to be able to kind of progress us to the next stage of technology for students and staff and faculty. That's for sales pitch.
Questions?
Well, you've been here how long? 10 years?
I've been here 10 years. I've been in this role for about 5. I was the chief information security officer there.
It's a $60,000 a year investment over 3 years. And while I can see the need for a agreement, we just never had those opportunities in new businesses that I was with. We never had outdoor consultants come in. We expected the professionals that were in those positions to do those technology plans. Am I as off base and assuming that things have changed and they don't expect the in-house professionals to provide those technology plans?
We absolutely
anymore,
have capability in-house to do a lot of this work. One of the challenges that we have, it's one of the reasons that we engage companies like BKD and Ferrilli to come in and help with consulting is capacity. We would absolutely have capacity to be able to facilitate this and do this work internally. If it would cost a lot more than $66,000 to build that personnel capacity in-house. I can do it. We can do it. Christina, who's my deputy CIO, has experience in this. I've done this for 20 some years. But finding somebody then to take on the rest of my responsibility during that time is a challenge. I would say that in my experience prior to coming here in healthcare and then in the consulting industry and IT and technology consulting, this is not a non-standard way of going about strategic planning and master planning. When we look at communities and especially government and taxing entities, and we look at communities, almost always engage external consultants to help with that master planning because they can bring to the table new modern best practices. They can bring to the table their experience with other institutions of higher, in this case, institutions of higher education that have gone through this process. They can help better with trends. Again, this is what I used to do. I can do this. One of our consortiums, the Kansas Nebraska Consortium, utilizes Infotech for this very thing, and we've used them in the past. So that's the reason that I brought it forward. But to your point, Julie, I would say that sure, but we don't have enough staff to be able to, for me to just focus all of my time interviewing other institutions as to what their best practices and what their trends look like. I wish sometimes that I had more time to do stuff like that.
How many people do you have in your department? I'm just curious.
I have 31 full-time employees.
And how far below capacity are you?
We're staffed at 30. We're staffed at 30% of what EDUCAUSE considers an institution our size to be staffed at.
EDUCAUSE.
EDUCAUSE.edu. EDUCAUSE is kind of the policy and I say general policy body for higher education technology. They've got a core data survey that helps us that all these institutions of higher education answer. They talk about what their budgets are, what their enrollment is, what their staffing levels are, what they have in the way of how many devices. I told you guys earlier, we've got 2,500 or more devices. That's just PCs. We've got another 1,000 access points and network devices. So they put all that data in there and then they say, well, based on a 2-year institution that has 7,000 students, that has 2,500 devices, the standard staffing is here, and we're staffed at about 34% 4%. I think it's recommended by HPS. It's fine. I'm not complaining. I'm not asking you guys for more employees. I'm just telling you that's one of the reasons that we engage consultants to do some of the work that we don't have the capacity to do.
Well, I guess I'll continue a trend. I'm going to
Not
move
yet.
to
Let's
approve.
just discuss it a little bit longer.
We can discuss after a motion in a second.
Let's go.
I move to approve the 3-year agreement to leverage Infotech's practical research and advisory service with an advisory team solution for an annual investment of $66,861.
Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Any additional discussion? Hearing none.
Because you said it was in your budget, didn't you?
Yeah, so we save up to budget for this engagement. Like I said, about every 10 years, we'll start.
So
the
you're
process
spending
now.
budgeted funds.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We'll start the process now. That'll finish in 2023, which is the same 10 years from when we did the last one.
$201,000. It's a lot of,
It is.
it's a lot of money.
That's why we save it up.
So it's a 3-year agreement
This is
though?
a 3-year commitment.
Okay, so the HLC accreditation requirement, all of that stuff, when does all that have to be complete? It sounds like that's in the middle of this.
It's right in the middle of it. So the 3-year commitment to Infotech is the strategy and planning piece. And then we build out the master plan, make it available then. And then there are deliverables at the end of it that help us figure out, there's just deliverables from Infotech, like we need additional training. We'll work through Infotech because they've got a training to do training for maybe my IT staff, or if student services needs training in this technology piece. So there's training and advisory then to kind of finish off the project.
So-
HLC, oh, I'm sorry. go ahead.
Well, I was just
HLC is
curious.
in 2023. I mean, if that
Right.
issue you're
I
asking,
guess that was my
apologize.
question was like, from the way, if I understand this correctly, we have this so that we get the HLC piece done, but then we have an ongoing commitment past that. Is there a world where you can shorten this and still reach that? Or is that?
What could potentially happen with HLC coming in is that they'll see that this is a process,
Mhm.
and that they're working on it, and they're a certain way through it. They may ask for a follow-up report a year out or something like that when this is completed, just to make sure that it's been completed and that's in place.
So if we didn't do this, then there would be a requirement on your department to have something delivered in a year and a half with no help from an outside source. Is that the thing?
Yeah, they would have to, if they were doing it internally, they would have to follow this same HLC requirement
Right.
to get this done, for HLC's review while they're here, but then post, the post site visit as well.
So just
And
to
Kim,
clarify.
I'm sorry. Let me answer. To your question, can we shorten this? So what Infotech, Gardner, these companies have done, what Infotech has done is they've taken what their cost of, what they're going to charge to do this, and they've spread it over 3 years. So we shorten it, then I've got them engaged for 3 years, but if I shorten it to 2 years, then it's going to
Same amount of money, just
same amount of money,
shorter
but
time.
I've shortened it. The reason that we do that is, again, it comes to capacity from our side. We can work through then and have time to schedule this out so that we can make these things happen. If I shorten it all down to 1 month, I'd still pay the same amount, but we don't have the capacity to do that. The college doesn't, right? I mean, because they're going to pull people from each department to go through this process.
Just to clarify the verbiage here, all HLC requires is that you have an updated master plan.
Mhm.
The way you have it written here, under criterion 5 of HLC, it's necessary for the IS department to renew this relationship with Infotech. That's not technically correct. We're not required by HLC to renew anything with Infotech. We're required to
Strategic-
have a renewed master plan.
No,
for
I'm sorry.
HLC,
There's a
regardless of who
comment
it's
in the wrong
prepared by.
spot, Shelby. I get what you're saying.
That's all.
The 10-year mark of the strategic
I was
master
trying not to
planning
talk and
workshop.
drive on here.
No, I appreciate that. The comma's in the wrong spot. The 10-year mark as required by HLC, period. It's necessary on our part to engage Infotech to be able to meet that goal. So the comma was.
It's not required. It's just easier.
It just helps them meet it.
Yeah, I mean, that's how we get it done. I'm in IT. I'm not in English. The comma's in the wrong spot.
No, I know, just the way it was stated didn't seem proper.
I appreciate that. You're right.
You must be reading a lot of your kids' papers.
Trustee Brookhart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
Trustee Winslow,
Is this the last one?
I hope so.
Yes.
trustee Shearer,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Nope. This is 5-1.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill, for your time tonight. Personnel, we have some retirements.
Gee, I thought we were done.
Shelley?
Well, oh,
There's a number.
Okay, a few of them. yeah. Okay, so up first, we have Dr. Shelley Gutierrez. She began at Butler as a math instructor in 1994 and has been the only full-time faculty member and chair of our education program since it started in 2004. She's led the charge for the course creation, transfer articulations with four-year teacher preparation schools, and maintained the curriculum for the department. In addition, she has developed several community and school partnerships throughout the years and established creative connections for our education students. Joel Knudsen. Joel he has served as the music instructor at Butler for 24 years. During his tenure, he has taught coursework, provided piano instruction, and served as accompanist for vocal and instrumental ensembles. Additionally, he played as accompanist for the Wichita Symphony Orchestra for 31 years. Bernie Wansettler. Bernie has served as our technical and theater instructor for 25 years. During his tenure, he has taught coursework, built stage sets, applied makeup to actors, set lighting, operated sound, and overseen technical directing for almost every play, musical, dance performance, and music performance on campus. Up next, Mike Swan, who was here earlier, also served as mass comm instructor at Butler for 23 years. During his tenure, he has taught coursework in mass comm and chaired the department overseeing the Grizzly Magazine, the Lantern, Butler Radio, and BC TV. In close coordination with the sports department, he has been responsible for broadcasting Butler sporting events throughout his career.
The next one is Jana Garrison. Jana has been an employee at Butler for 20 years. She served 10 years as an adjunct instructor. For the last 10 years, she served as our full-time accommodation specialist at the Butler Vandover campus, helping all those students with ADA accommodations and that kind of thing. We're really going to miss her. She's done a great job with our students with disabilities.
Okay, Carla Stevens is completing her 12th year as a full-time nurse educator. Carla has remained a student advocate, and she provided direction and vision when the nursing program implemented service learning as a clinical experience in the second semester. Carla moved to the advanced standing coordinator position in 2018, where she guides and instructs students wishing to complete their RN degree. This position has been very dear to her heart as she herself completed her nursing education in a similar approach. She began her career in healthcare as an EMT IT 30 years ago. And last for faculty, after 31 and a half years at Butler, Dr. Skylar Goldbarth announced her retirement. She founded and led the digital media, which is now our interactive design and 3D program from 1995 to 2014. In that time, she developed and taught more than 30 college courses related to digital arts and production. In addition to teaching at Butler, she taught non-credit courses in drawing for ages 4 to adult, workshops for K-12 teachers, community courses in digital arts and Apple technology. During retirement, she plans to travel, write poetry, and paint. So we want to thank all the folks. That was 143.5 years of faculty service to the college and community. We wish them the best in their retirement, and we do wish they would also consider taking us with them.
Thank you. Would entertain a motion to approve the retirements of Dr. Gutierrez, Joel Knudsen, Bernie Wanstetter, Mike Swan, Jenna Garrison, Carla Stevens, and Dr. Goldbarth. Yes. just a moment.
I move we approve the resignation and retirement of the following personnel effective the date of their letter. That is Dr. Shelley Gutierrez, Joel Knudsen, Bernie Wansettler, Mike Swan, Jana Garrison, Carla Stevens, and Skylar Goldbarth. And may we thank them for their service.
Technically, are we accepting their retirement on the date of their letter? Because one of them is from like October of last year. Or just, can we not have that rule?
Okay, I'll just take that out. We accept the retirement.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Do we have a second with that edit?
Second.
Now we got fights for seconds.
Somebody, hey, I just want to go home.
Okay.
Trustee Brumgar,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes.
Yes.
Trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shear,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Yes.
Okay, 7-0 or 6-0 passes. Thank them all for their service. Would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I move we approve the consent agenda.
Have a second.
One second.
Trustee Brumgar,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shear,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Yes.
Thank you. That also passes 6-0. Supplemental information starts on page 62 of your board book. Dr. Kroll?
I think, you can read through this, there aren't any changes from the key performance or the performance indicators that ESOM talked about last month. Some KPIs that follow that. Making notes, board calendar, we kind of already talked about the things that are coming up towards the end of the semester here. I do, again, before you leave tonight, I want to validate who's going to be at the different events and stuff, so I can let the people that are on the planning ends know. So unless you have questions about the supplemental information, I think it's all there for you to see.
Dr. Kroll, would you want to confirm attendance now or after the exec session?
No, I can do it now. That's fine. If you prefer that.
Oh, it doesn't matter to me. We're here either way.
Okay, we have exec session, so.
Yeah.
We do need a quick break.
Nurses
Yes.
pinning, what you told me originally, I have nurses pinning, I have Mary Martha, Linda, Dave, Shelby, and Julie. That's on Thursday. Is that still the same or are there changes?
I'm planning to be there also.
You're gonna be there also.
That's the evening, right?
The nurses pinning is at 7 PM.
Yes.
And I think you told me you're not gonna be, right? Okay, thank you. Any other changes?
I don't think I can make Friday at 1.
Okay, the honors thing, you had said that too. Honors, I have Kim, Mary Martha, Dave, Shelby, probably not, and Julie, I have you as being there. Correct? And then commencement, I have everybody down, except you said the other day that you didn't.
Yeah,
think you'd be there.
I really think my son's going to get in town before commencement. I'm sorry to say, so.
Okay, we'll mark you off the list.
Kim, I may have to let you know tomorrow. I will be there Friday night, but my
Okay.
Friday afternoon is iffy. My work is just.
Okay, let me just send you an email or text message or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just
Okay,
'cause there's
thank
just
you.
no excuse.
Oh, and I'm moving on the. Yeah,
Anybody
don't
have
even-
questions about when we're supposed to be and when? No regalia, you don't have to wear regalia Friday night for anything. Everything else is professional dress.
I get to wear my robe.
So if you have questions, let me know. You know where to find
We
me.
always have to do that.
Would, well, let's go ahead and let's get going into exec session first and let the process start
Oh,
while we
okay.
take a break.
Move to start it.
Yeah, I'd entertain a motion to go into exec session. The verbiage is on page 72 of the board book.
And I think we're gonna try and connect Phil by phone. Huh? He's on. But he's going to exec session. Can we keep him in? I thought we weren't able to do that. Oh, okay.
We just need to.
Good. Move into breakout. Okay, got it.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I move.
Go to your list here.
Oh, okay. I move that the board recess into executive session to discuss negotiations pursuant to the open meetings exception for matters relating to employer-employee negotiations and discussion of non-elected personnel, pursuant to the open meetings exceptions for matters of non-elected personnel, which if discussed in open meeting might violate their right of privacy, and that the members of the board, President Kim Kroll, Bill Rickenbaugh, Shelley Stoltz, Dr. Tom Neville, Kent Williams, and Dr. Phil Sperry be included. The open meeting will resume in the Dankert trustee boardroom within 60 minutes.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Trustee Brungar,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shear,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Yes.
Okay, and I will announce, when we come back out, I'll announce the times we've gone in to account for the
Phil,
IT
you do
stuff
not
and
need to join by phone. You can stay, I'll put you in with the board. So you're good just how you are.
Thank you.
Oh, whatever.
I just got getting in the air conditioning, drinking coffee and water.
Oh. Have you noticed that I haven't been drinking any water?
I worked in the heat all day and just.
Oh, yeah, no. I was in the heat for part of the day.
Did we do our come out and come back?
Not yet.
That's what we're doing right now.
Okay, we are back in open session. For the record, we went in at 7:22, exited at 8:22, and would entertain a motion to return for the same reasons
Second.
as previously. Somebody else got a motion. Has got a
I move that we return back into executive session for an additional 30 minutes.
Fine, I'll second that.
Thank you. And for same reasons. we
For
were
the
previously-
same reasons as stated before, with this same people.
Trustee Brooker,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shearer,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Yes.
6:0. I will again identify when we come back what our times were.
No, I think I have some in my bag. I'm okay.
Okay, so if,
I will put us back in the
I'm always making new lyrics to songs.
so hopeful.
Okay, we are back in open session. For the record, we went in at 8:25, came out at 8:55. Would entertain another motion to go back in. Do we think 20 minutes?
Oh, it's up to you guys.
Yes, we do control the discussion.
I move we go into executive session for another 20 minutes
For
the reasons we have stated before.
we have a motion, a second.
Julie's, yeah.
Trustee Brungart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shearer,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Yes.
So Phil needs.
Phil.
Phil doesn't have to stay.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Phil.
Thanks, Phil.
Say.
So we don't need the
You
mics
did what?
anymore, do we?
A
Wait.
little at a time. We are recording it.
But not the
Not
executive.
the exec session. So we.
For the
what time
record,
did we go?
we went in at 8:58, out at 9:14, and would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Chair, I move that the board meeting be adjourned.
Second.
Would you like to be back, Dr. Cox?
I can take it back instead of, yeah, unless you want.
Trustee Brungart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shearer,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Yes.
Okay, we stand adjourned. Thank you,
Hey,
everybody.
thanks.
That was